Tonight, we descend into that silence. We walk the streets they walked. We enter the houses they abandoned. We read the words they wrote on walls that would be buried for centuries. We sit with the bodies that time preserved in stone. There is a city where time stopped. Not gradually, as time stops in abandoned places. The slow accumulation of dust, the patient work of weather and vegetation, the gentle erasure that transforms buildings into ruins and ruins into memories. In Pompeii, time stopped all at once, in a single catastrophic moment, and what was preserved was not the gradual decline of a civilization, but the frozen instant of its ending. The title of our journey tonight speaks of kingdoms drawn in ash, of civilizations that exist now only in the volcanic sediment that buried them, of stories that fell from the sky along with the pumice and the fire and the darkness that descended at midday. We use the word kingdom loosely, for Pompeii was not a kingdom but a Roman city, prosperous and ordinary, remarkable mainly for how unremarkable it was. But the ash has made it something more, has elevated it to a kind of sovereignty over our understanding of the ancient world, has crowned it with the terrible majesty of preserved death. The story washed from the sky. This is literally true. What buried Pompeii fell from above, carried by winds that spread volcanic material across the landscape, deposited by gravity as the eruption column collapsed, delivered by pyroclastic flows that moved like rivers of fire through the morning air. But it is also metaphorically true. The story was erased, washed away by centuries of forgetting, by the growth of new communities atop old graves, by the simple fact that buried things tend to stay buried. And yet the story was also preserved. The same ash that erased preserved. The same burial that silenced also protected. What we know of Roman daily life, not the life of emperors and senators, but the life of bakers and weavers and merchants and slaves. We know largely because of Pompeii, because the catastrophe that destroyed the city also saved it from the slower catastrophe of time. Tonight, we enter that preserved catastrophe. We walk with ghosts who did not know they would become ghosts. We read words written by hands that did not know they were writing for eternity. We contemplate the strange gift that destruction gave to understanding, the way death became a form of immortality, the way a kingdom drawn in ash has spoken to us across 2,000 years of silence. Let us begin where all such stories must begin, with a mountain and with those who lived in its shadow. In the shadow of a mountain that seemed eternal, a civilization flourished beneath skies they believed would never darken. Vesuvius rose above the Bay of Naples like a guardian deity. Its slopes terraced with vineyards that produced wines famous throughout the Roman world. Its lower reaches dotted with villas where wealthy citizens escaped the summer heat of Rome. Its presence, so familiar that it had become invisible, simply part of the landscape that generations had known and trusted. It is said that the mountain had always smoked. A gentle plume rose from its summit, visible from the cities clustered around its base. Unremarkable as the smoke from any hearth, the Romans called it Vesuvius and did not fear it. They had no concept of what we call volcanoes, no understanding of the geological forces that created such mountains, no framework for interpreting the warning signs that the earth occasionally provided. They knew that hot springs bubbled in the region, that the ground sometimes trembled, that the soil was extraordinarily fertile. They attributed these phenomena to the gods, or to the nature of things, or to nothing at all. Simply accepted them as features of a landscape that had always been thus. The bay itself was a volcanic caldera, formed by ancient eruptions far larger than anything human memory had recorded. The islands that dotted its waters, Ischia, Procida, Capri, were volcanic in origin. The very ground on which Pompeii stood was composed of volcanic material, deposited by eruptions that predated the city's founding by thousands of years. The Romans built atop this geological history without knowing it, without understanding that they had settled in one of the most volcanically active regions of the Mediterranean, without recognizing that the mountain that wore a crown of smoke had destroyed civilizations before and would do so again. Westers tell us that the earliest settlements in the region dated back at least 7 centuries before the eruption that would make Pompeii famous. The Oscans, an Italic people who predated Roman dominance, had established communities in the area. The Greeks had colonized nearby Naples, Neapolis, the new city, and had influenced the culture of the entire bay. The Samnites had controlled Pompeii for a time before Rome absorbed it during the social war of the 1st century BCE. By the time of the eruption, Pompeii had been Roman for about a century and a half, had adopted Roman customs and Roman architecture, had become a prosperous provincial town, distinguished mainly by its pleasant location and its excellent wine. The city occupied perhaps 160 acres within its walls, home to perhaps 10 to 20,000 people. The estimates vary, and we will never know with certainty. It was not a large city by Roman standards, not particularly important politically or economically, not mentioned frequently in the historical sources that survive. It was, in other words, ordinary, a place where ordinary people lived ordinary lives, where the dramas were personal rather than historical, where the concerns were harvests and marriages and debts and neighbors rather than empires and conquests. And yet, the ordinariness is precisely what makes Pompeii valuable. We know a great deal about Roman emperors and Roman wars and Roman laws, because these were the subjects that ancient writers considered worth recording. We know far less about how ordinary Romans lived, what they ate, how they worked, what they believed, how they loved, because such matters were not considered worthy of literature. Pompeii's destruction preserved what literature did not: the texture of daily life, the material culture of people who left no written records, the evidence of existence that normally disappears without trace. The mountain wore its crown of smoke, and the people lived their lives beneath it. They built houses with central courtyards where light entered and rain collected in shallow pools. They painted their walls with elaborate frescoes, some depicting mythological scenes, some showing gardens and landscapes, some frankly erotic in ways that later centuries would find shocking. They installed plumbing that brought water from aqueducts to public fountains and, in wealthier homes to private baths. They paved their streets with the large stone blocks and raised sidewalks to keep pedestrians above the refuse that accumulated in the roadways. They worshipped in temples dedicated to Jupiter and Apollo, to Venus and Isis, to the household gods that protected their families and the spirits of their ancestors. They entertained themselves in a large amphitheater that could hold 20,000 spectators for gladiatorial games, in 2 theaters that hosted plays and musical performances, in bathhouses where they soaked and socialized, in taverns where they drank and gambled and argued about politics. They conducted business in the Forum, that open plaza at the city's heart, where markets were held and justice was administered and the community gathered for public events. They were, in short, people, recognizably human across the gulf of 2 millennia, engaged in activities we understand, motivated by desires we share, limited by circumstances we can imagine. They did not know they were living in the shadow of catastrophe. They did not know their city would become the most famous archaeological site in the world. They did not know that the mountain's gentle smoke concealed forces that would end their world in a single terrible day. Some warnings came, though the people did not recognize them as warnings. In 62 CE, 17 years before the final eruption, a severe earthquake struck the region, damaging buildings throughout Pompeii and Herculaneum, toppling temples, cracking walls, disrupting the water supply. The damage was extensive enough that repairs were still ongoing when the eruption occurred. Archaeological evidence shows construction work interrupted, scaffolding still in place, projects left incomplete. But earthquakes were not unknown in the region, and the Romans had no way of connecting seismic activity to volcanic danger. They rebuilt, they continued, they assumed the worst was over. In the summer of 79 CE, earthquakes became more frequent. Wells and springs behaved strangely, some running dry, others producing water that tasted different than before. Animals behaved unusually, though the ancient sources do not specify how. The mountain's smoking may have intensified, though again, the sources are not clear. If people noticed these changes, if some grew concerned and left, if others discussed what the signs might mean, no record of such conversations survives. What survives is the evidence of continued habitation, of business as usual, of lives proceeding under the assumption that tomorrow would be much like today. The mountain wore its crown of smoke. The people trusted what they had always known, and the summer of 79 CE proceeded toward its climax, toward the day when the sky would darken at noon, when fire would fall like rain, when everything that seemed permanent would prove temporary, when the kingdom beneath the mountain would be drawn in ash and washed from the sky. Some silences are merely empty. Other silences are waiting. The mountain waited. The people did not know. And the days grew shorter as August approached its terrible end. What does an ordinary morning look like when it is the last ordinary morning a city will ever know? The question haunts any contemplation of Pompeii, invites us to imagine the hours before catastrophe, to reconstruct from archaeological evidence the texture of a day that would end in darkness and death. It is said that August the 24th, 79 CE, the traditional date, though some scholars now argue for October, began like any other summer day in a Roman provincial town. The sun rose over Vesuvius, casting the mountain's shadow westward across the bay. The air was warm, perhaps uncomfortably so, the kind of late summer heat that makes work difficult and tempers short. The sky was clear, or seemed so, no indication yet of what the day would bring. The bakers were already at work before dawn. Pompeii had numerous bakeries. Over 30 have been identified archaeologically, where grain was ground and bread was baked for sale to households that lacked their own ovens. The mills were turned by donkeys walking endless circles. The dough was shaped by hands that had shaped it countless times before. The ovens were fired with wood that would soon become insignificant fuel compared to the fires about to descend. In one bakery, 81 loaves were found still in the oven, carbonized but recognizable, preserved in the very moment of their baking. Bread that would never be eaten, that would wait nearly 2,000 years to be discovered. Whispers tell us of the markets opening in the Forum and along the major streets. Merchants arranged their goods, fish brought in from the harbour, vegetables from the farms surrounding the city, wine from the famous local vineyards, olive oil, garum, the fermented fish sauce that Romans used as we use ketchup, pottery, cloth, jewellery, all the products that a prosperous provincial town required. The bargaining began, the arguments over prices, the greetings between neighbours who had known each other for years, the gossip about who was doing what with whom, the ordinary commerce of ordinary people on what they had no reason to believe was anything other than an ordinary day. The public fountains flowed, fed by the aqueduct that brought water from springs in the hills. Women came to fill their jugs, to wash their clothes, to exchange news while their children played nearby. The fountains were social spaces, places where information circulated, where relationships were maintained, where the texture of community life was woven from countless small interactions. The water that flowed that morning would soon be covered by ash. The fountains would be buried, the voices that echoed around them would be silenced. The bathhouses were preparing for their daily rush. Romans bathed in the afternoon, after the day's work was done, and the bathhouses were among the most important social institutions in any Roman town. Pompeii had several, the Forum baths near the centre, the Stabian baths among the oldest in the city, the central baths still under construction after the earthquake damage. Slaves were stoking the furnaces that heated the water, cleaning the pools, preparing the massage oils and the strigils used to scrape dirt and oil from bathers' skin. The afternoon crowds would never come. The waters would never be enjoyed. The furnaces would be buried, still burning. In the houses, families went about their morning routines. The wealthy rose in their elegant atrium houses, were attended by slaves who brought water for washing and clothes for dressing, ate a light breakfast of bread and cheese, and perhaps leftover food from the previous evening's dinner. The less wealthy rose in their more modest apartments, ate whatever they had, prepared for whatever work the day demanded. Children in both circumstances likely complained, likely dawdled, likely needed urging to complete their tasks. The universal experience of parents that transcends all centuries and all catastrophes. The graffiti on the wall speaks of the days just before, speaks of lives proceeding without knowledge of their imminent ending. Successus the weaver loves Iris, the innkeeper's slave girl, reads one inscription. Gaius Julius Primigenius was here. Why are you late? Reads another. I'm amazed, O wall, that you have not collapsed under the weight of so much scrawl jokes, a third. These were written by hands that did not know they were writing for eternity, by people who expected to pass these walls again tomorrow, who had no reason to believe their casual scratches would become some of the most studied texts from the ancient world. The gladiators in their barracks ate their morning meal and prepared for training. Pompeii's amphitheatre was famous throughout the region, had been the site of a riot in 59 CE, when fans from Pompeii and the neighbouring town of Nuceria had clashed, resulting in deaths and a 10-year ban on games that the Senate had imposed as punishment. The games had resumed. The gladiators had returned. The training continued. In the gladiators' barracks, archaeologists would find weapons and armour, would find the bodies of gladiators who had not escaped, would find evidence of the last meals they ate before the sky fell. The priests and priestesses tended their temples, prepared the sacrifices that Roman religion required, maintained the sacred fires that must never be allowed to die. The temple of Jupiter dominated the forum, its great columns visible from throughout the city. The temple of Apollo stood nearby, its bronze statue of the god still in place when excavators uncovered it. The temple of Isis, reflecting the Egyptian cult that had become popular throughout the Roman world, was one of the most completely preserved religious structures, its priests' quarters and ritual implements revealing aspects of worship that texts alone could not convey. And through it all, the mountain stood silent. Or perhaps not entirely silent. Perhaps there were rumblings that morning, vibrations that those sensitive to such things might have noticed, changes in the smoke plume that those watching might have remarked upon. If there were, the evidence has not survived. What has survived is evidence of normalcy, continuing to the last possible moment. Of bread being baked, of business being conducted, of love being declared on walls, of life proceeding under the assumption that life would continue. The hours passed. The sun rose higher. The heat increased. The morning's work gave way to the afternoon's rest in a culture that understood the value of escaping midday warmth. People retreated to shaded courtyards, to cool interior rooms, to the drowsy stillness of a siesta that preceded the evening's socializing. They did not know that evening would never come. They did not know that the mountain's long patience was ending. They did not know that the ordinary morning they were living was the last ordinary morning their city would ever see. The sun passed its zenith and began its afternoon descent. And sometime around 1 o'clock, the mountain exploded. Some mornings end in evening. Some mornings end in darkness. Some mornings end in fire. This morning, this ordinary, unremarkable, precious morning, ended in all three. At approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon on August 24th, 79 CE, Vesuvius tore itself apart. The explosion was unimaginably violent. The accumulated pressure of centuries released in a single catastrophic moment. The mountain's summit blown away. A column of superheated gas and volcanic material shooting upward at speeds exceeding 1,000 miles per hour. Within minutes, the eruption column had risen perhaps 20 miles into the sky. Visible from Rome itself, from ships far out at sea, from anywhere within 100 miles that had a view of the horizon. It is said that the sound was heard across the entire Mediterranean. The blast wave would have reached Pompeii within seconds. A wall of compressed air that shattered windows and deafened ears and announced that something unprecedented was happening. Those who were outdoor would have seen it first. The mountain suddenly transformed. Its familiar profile replaced by a monstrous column of grey-brown material rising impossibly fast, spreading at its top like the branches of a pine tree. Those indoors would have felt it. The shaking of the ground, the rumbling that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The vibration that told bodies what minds had not yet grasped. Whispers tell us of the terror that must have followed. The Romans had no concept of volcanic eruption as we understand it, no framework for interpreting what they were witnessing, no scientific vocabulary to describe the phenomena unfolding before them. They saw a mountain exploding. They saw the sky darkening. They saw material beginning to fall from above. First fine ash that coated everything in grey dust, then larger pumice stones that pelted rooftops and bruised unprotected flesh, then the sustained rain of volcanic material that would continue for hours. Pliny, the younger, watched from across the bay, from the town of Misenum where his uncle commanded the Roman fleet. His letters to the historian Tacitus, written years later, provide our only eyewitness account of the eruption, a document so valuable that volcanologists have named this type of eruption Plinian in his honor. He described the cloud as resembling a Mediterranean pine tree, a tall trunk rising from the mountain and spreading into branches at its height. He described the darkness, the earthquakes, the fear, the desperate attempts to decide whether to flee or shelter, whether to seek open spaces or enclosed protection. His uncle, Pliny the Elder, decided to investigate. As commander of the fleet, he had both the curiosity of a natural philosopher and the responsibility of a Roman official to render aid. He ordered ships launched, sailed toward the eruption, found that the falling pumice made landing impossible at some points along the coast. He eventually reached Stabiae, south of Pompeii, where he stayed with friends, ate dinner with apparent calm, went to sleep while his host family stayed awake in terror. The next morning, he went out to investigate the conditions and collapsed on the beach, overcome by volcanic gases. His body was found days later, seemingly intact, as if sleeping rather than dead. In Pompeii itself, the pumice began accumulating. The stones were light, pumice floats on water, but they fell relentlessly, hour after hour, slowly burying the city. By evening, perhaps 8 to 10 inches had accumulated. By midnight, perhaps 5 feet. By dawn, the lower floors of buildings were completely covered. Rooftops were collapsing under the weight. Movement through the streets had become nearly impossible. The darkness was absolute, the ash cloud blocking all sunlight, the torches and lamps that people lit, providing only small circles of visibility in the overwhelming black. Some people fled immediately. The archaeological evidence suggests that many residents grabbed what they could carry and made for the gates, seeking escape before the situation worsened. These early refugees had the best chance of survival. The pumice fall was dangerous but survivable. The roads were still passable. The terrible pyroclastic surges that would come with dawn had not yet occurred. Those who left in the first hours, who did not pause to gather valuables or wait to see if the eruption would subside, likely survived to tell no tales that have come down to us. Others stayed. Some could not leave. The elderly, the sick, the enslaved, who were not permitted to abandon their posts, the imprisoned, the stubborn, who refused to believe things could get worse. Some stayed to protect their property, underestimating how much worse things would become. Some stayed because they did not know where to go, because the darkness and the falling stones made any movement terrifying, because sheltering seemed safer than venturing into the chaos outside. Some stayed because they were trapped. Doors blocked by accumulated pumice, streets impassable. The choices that had been available hours earlier no longer available at all. The hours of the pumice fall were hours of hope mixed with terror. Survival was still possible. The falling stones injured and occasionally killed, but many survived their impact. The buildings collapsed, but many provided protection. The darkness was absolute, but it was not lethal in itself. Throughout the evening and the night, people huddled in rooms that they hoped would hold, listened to the relentless drumming of pumice on roof tiles, prayed to gods who seemed to have abandoned them, waited for a dawn that they believed would bring relief. They could not know what dawn would bring. They could not know that the pumice fall was merely prologue. They could not know that the worst was yet to come. The column collapsed and rebuilt itself several times during the night, each collapse sending flows of superheated material down the mountain's slopes. The early collapses did not reach Pompeii. The city was protected by distance and topography, by ridges that deflected the flows, by the simple luck that the largest collapses initially went in other directions. Herculaneum, closer to the mountain and directly in the path of the flows, was buried by these early surges. Its residents killed not by the slow accumulation of pumice, but by instantaneous exposure to temperatures that exceeded 500 degrees. In Pompeii, the night passed in darkness and fear and desperate hope. The pumice continued falling. The buildings continued collapsing. The people continued dying, crushed by falling stones, suffocated by the ash that filled the air, killed by the collapse of structures they had trusted to protect them. But many survived. waited for morning, believed that sunrise would bring respite, that the mountain would exhaust itself, that they would emerge from their shelters into a damaged but survivable world. The hour when darkness swallowed the sun stretched into hours, into a night that seemed endless, into a vigil of terror that tested the limits of human endurance. And then, as the first grey light appeared in the east, the final horror began. Some nights end in morning. Some nights end in death. Some nights end in fire that moves faster than running, hotter than flame, more absolute than any darkness that had come before. This night ended in all three. What followed the pumice fall was something worse. Something that moved too fast for escape. Something that killed not through burial, but through instantaneous heat. Something that the people of Pompeii could not have imagined even as it swept toward them through the grey light of dawn. It is said that pyroclastic surges are among the most lethal volcanic phenomena. They are clouds of superheated gas and fine volcanic material, produced when an eruption column collapses under its own weight, flowing down the mountain's slopes like an avalanche of fire. They move at speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour, faster than any human can run, faster than horses, faster than anything the ancient world had ever experienced. They reach temperatures approaching 600 degrees Celsius, hot enough to ignite wood instantly, hot enough to boil water, hot enough to kill any living thing they touch. The first surge that reached Pompeii came sometime after dawn on August 25th. By this point, those who had survived the night were exhausted, traumatized perhaps, beginning to hope that the worst had passed. The pumice fall had diminished. The darkness was lifting slightly. Some had begun to emerge from shelters, to attempt movement through streets now buried under feet of volcanic material. Some were gathering possessions, preparing to flee now that visibility had improved. Some were simply sitting in stunned silence, waiting to see what would happen next. Whoppers tell us what happened next. The surge came from the mountain, moving down slopes that had funneled its predecessors toward Herculaneum, but that now directed this killing cloud toward Pompeii. Those who saw it coming, if anyone had time to see it, would have witnessed a wall of grey-brown material advancing at unimaginable speed, engulfing everything in its path, approaching with a sound that survivors of modern pyroclastic flows have described as a freight train, a jet engine, a roar beyond words. The people of Pompeii had perhaps seconds of warning, perhaps no warning at all. The surge swept through the city, penetrating every open space, entering every building that was not completely sealed, finding every person who had not managed to shelter in an airtight room. The temperature killed instantly, not through burning exactly, but through the immediate cessation of biological function that such heat produces. The bodies did not combust, but were rather flash-heated, their soft tissues destroyed in milliseconds, their positions frozen in whatever posture they had held at the moment of death. Modern study of the Pompeian remains has revealed what those deaths were like. Analysis of the bodies shows evidence of fulminant shock. The brain and other organs were superheated so quickly that victims died before their nervous systems could register pain. They did not suffer in the conventional sense of prolonged agony. They simply stopped. Their lives ended in an instant that was probably too brief for consciousness to record. This is cold comfort, but it is comfort of a kind. The bodies that archaeological excavation has revealed, the famous plaster casts made by filling the cavities that left as bodies decomposed, show people in the postures they held at the moment of death. They were not writhing in pain. They were not contorted in ways that suggest prolonged suffering. They were simply frozen, caught in the positions of their final moments. A mother sheltering her child, a bull raising his arm to protect his face, a dog straining against its chain, a family huddled together in what they had hoped was safety. The surge that killed most of Pompeii's remaining inhabitants was followed by others. Additional collapses sent additional flows, burying the city deeper, sealing it under layers of volcanic material that would preserve it for millennia. By the time the eruption finally ended, perhaps 2 days after it began, Pompeii was buried under approximately 15 feet of ash and pumice. Its buildings were invisible. Its streets were erased. Its population was dead or fled. The city that had bustled with life just hours before was now a grey wasteland, indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape, already beginning the long process of being forgotten. Herculaneum, closer to the mountain, had been buried even deeper, under nearly 60 feet of volcanic material in some places. Its fate had been different from Pompeii's. The pyroclastic flows reached it during the night, killing its inhabitants quickly, burying the city under material that hardened into rock-like consistency. For centuries, Herculaneum would be harder to excavate than Pompeii, its secrets more difficult to extract. But its preservation was in some ways more complete. The deeper burial protected organic materials that the shallower burial of Pompeii did not preserve as well. The boat chambers at Herculaneum tell one of the eruption's most haunting stories. 300 bodies were found in the arched chambers along the ancient waterfront, where people had gathered hoping for rescue by sea. They had fled the fallen pumice, had made their way to the shore, had huddled in the sheltered spaces that normally stored boats and fishing equipment. They had waited for ships that would never come, for rescue that the eruption made impossible. When the pyroclastic surge reached the waterfront, they were killed instantly, their bodies preserved by the volcanic material that filled the chambers and sealed them for nearly 2,000 years. Among these bodies, archaeologists found a woman now called the Ring Lady, named for the jewelry she wore, gold rings and bracelets that she had either been wearing when she fled or had brought with her as portable wealth. She died beside others who may have been her family, her servants, her traveling companions. She died waiting for salvation that was not coming, in a shelter that provided no protection from the surge that ended her world. The rivers of fire had finished their work. The mountain had emptied itself of the pressure that had built for centuries. The eruption was ending, leaving behind a landscape transformed, a coastline altered, a civilization erase. The silence that followed must have been profound. The silence of absolute destruction. The silence of death so complete that nothing remained to make sound. The silence of a world that had ended, though the larger world continued, though ships still sailed the bay, though survivors still gathered on distant shores to stare at where their homes had been. Some rivers carry water. Some rivers carry fire. Some rivers carry breath, the last breath of thousands, exhaled in a single moment, never to be drawn again. The rivers of fire had passed. The silence remained. And beneath the ash, the dead waited to be found. Chapter 5. The bodies that time preserved in Ton in the 19th century, an archaeologist named Giuseppe Fiorelli made a discovery that transformed how we understand Pompeii's dead. The bodies themselves had long decomposed, leaving hollow cavities in the hardened ash. Negative spaces where people had been. Voids that retained the exact shape of those who had died there. Fiorelli realized that by filling these cavities with plaster, he could create casts that revealed the victims as they had died. Their postures, their expressions, their final moments made visible across 2,000 years of silence. It is said that the first casts were revelations. Here was not an abstract concept of ancient death, not a skeleton requiring reconstruction, not an artistic interpretation of how people might have looked. Here were the people themselves, or rather their exact outlines preserved in the moment of their dying, showing details that no other form of evidence could provide. The folds of clothing, the positions of limbs, the way a mother's arms wrapped around her child, the way a man's hand covered his face, the way bodies huddled together in groups that suggest families, friends, people who sought comfort from each other even as death approached. Whispers tell us of specific castes and the stories they seem to tell. There is the Garden of the Fugitives, where 13 bodies were found. Adults and children together, some fallen, some still crouching as if trying to rise, all frozen in the moment when the pyroclastic surge overtook them. They had been trying to flee through a garden at the city's edge, had almost reached the walls, had almost escaped. The surge found them mere yards from what might have been safety. There is the body known as the muleteer, a man found near the inn where he apparently worked, his hands raised to his face, his body contorted as if trying to protect himself from the heat that was already killing him. Near him was found the body of a mule, also preserved, also frozen in its final moment of attempted escape. There is the dog, perhaps the most famous of Pompeii's animal victims, found still wearing its bronze collar, its body twisted as it strained against the chain that held it. No one had released it. No one had remembered, or had time, or had survived long enough to free an animal while trying to save themselves. The dog had died alone, chained, straining toward freedom it could not reach. There are the gladiators, found in their barracks, some still wearing armor, some found near weapons they had not had time to use. Among them was found a woman, richly dressed, adorned with jewelry, a mystery that has generated much speculation. Was she the wife of a gladiator? A wealthy admirer who had come to visit and been caught by the eruption, someone fleeing who had taken shelter in the wrong place. We will never know. The ash preserved her body, but not her story. There is the man who appears to have been masturbating when he died. A caste that has become notorious, that has generated both nervous laughter and serious scholarly debate. Was he really engaged in what he appears to be doing? Did the heat cause muscle contractions that created the appearance? Does it matter? The caste has become a symbol of how death finds us in the midst of life. How catastrophe does not wait for appropriate moments. How the most private acts can become public when preservation is indiscriminate. But the castes also raise profound ethical questions. These were people who died terribly, who did not consent to being preserved, who could not have imagined that their final moments would become tourist attractions viewed by millions. Is it appropriate to display them? Is it respectful to cast them in plaster? To photograph them? To include them in museum exhibits and documentary films? The questions have no easy answers, and different people reach different conclusions. Some argue that the castes serve educational purposes that justify their display, that they teach about volcanic danger, that they humanize ancient history, that they create empathy across time that abstract descriptions cannot achieve. Seeing a mother sheltering her child creates understanding that reading about pyroclastic surges does not. The bodies are, in this view, teachers, their final moments serving to educate the living about the fragility of life and the power of natural forces. Others argue that the dead deserve dignity regardless of educational value, that displaying the castes is voyeuristic, that it treats suffering as spectacle, that it fails to respect the humanity of people who have no voice in how their remains are used. The tourists who photograph the castes and post them on social media, who make jokes about the masturbating man, who treat the dead as entertainment rather than as people who suffered. These tourists, in this view, perpetuate a disrespect that should not be tolerated. The debate continues, and Pompeii's administrators have changed their approach over time. Some castes that were once prominently displayed have been moved to less prominent locations. Some are now shown in contexts that emphasize their humanity rather than their curiosity value. Some have been subjected to CT scanning and other analysis that reveals details the plaster obscures, the bones within, the positions of internal organs, the evidence of what exactly killed these specific individuals. Modern technology has revealed that many victims did not die from suffocation, as was long believed, but from thermal shock. Their bodies superheated so quickly that death was instantaneous. This is, in its way, a comfort. But it is a comfort that comes from analysis, from treating the dead as scientific specimens, from examining them in ways that raise their own ethical questions. We stand before the castes and feel the weight of what they represent. These were people. They had names we will never know. They had lives that mattered to them, to their families, to their communities. They died in terror, in darkness, in the chaos of a world ending. And now they are displayed for us to study, to photograph, to contemplate, their final moments made permanent, their deaths made visible, their humanity somehow both honored and violated by the preservation that ash provided. Some bodies decay and disappear. Some bodies are preserved by circumstance. Some bodies become monuments to death, to disaster, to the strange immortality that catastrophe sometimes confers. The bodies of Pompeii wait in their glass cases, in their garden excavations, in the places where they fell and were frozen. They wait for us to see them, to understand them, to remember that they were once alive, to acknowledge that they did not choose this preservation, this visibility, this endless display. The silence of the dead surrounds them. Our obligation to them remains. Chapter 6, The Walls That Whispered of Ordinary Lives. Before the ash fell, the people of Pompeii wrote on their walls. They scratched into plaster, painted in red, scrawled in charcoal. The graffiti that has preserved their voices more intimately than any formal literature could. These inscriptions were never meant to last. They were casual, ephemeral, the ancient equivalent of text messages and social media posts. And yet they have lasted, have become some of our most valuable evidence for how ordinary Romans lived and thought and felt. It is said that Pompeii's walls contain over 11,000 individual graffitis, making it one of the richest sources of informal Latin text from the ancient world. They appear everywhere, in the forum and in bathhouses, in brothels and in private homes, in theatres and in taverns, on public monuments and on private property. Some are carefully written, others barely legible. Some are sophisticated, others crude. Together, they create a portrait of a society that no official record could provide. Weppers tell us of the variety. There are political endorsements. Vote for Lucius Papidius Sabinus. The flute players recommend him, reads one. Genialis urges you to elect Marcus Serenus Vatia as aedile. He's worthy of public office, reads another. Elections in Pompeii involved exactly this kind of public advocacy, with supporters painting their candidates' names and qualifications on any available surface. The modern eye is struck by how familiar the practice seems. How similar to campaign signs, how recognizably political despite the gap of 2 millennia. There are declarations of love, ranging from the tender to the explicit. Successus, the weaver, loves Iris, the innkeeper's slave girl. She doesn't care for him, but he begs her to take pity on him. A rival wrote this. Goodbye. Reads one inscription, drama of unrequited love and social competition playing out on a wall for all to see. Marcus loves Spendusa, reads another. Simpler, the ancient equivalent of initials carved in a tree. Some inscriptions are frankly sexual, describing acts and preferences in language that Victorian excavators found shocking enough to suppress in their publications. There are business advertisements. Here slept Vibius Restitutus, all by himself, his heart filled with longing for his Urbana, appears near an inn, combining advertisement with personal confession. Gaius Pumidius Dipylus was here, declares someone whose visit we remember only because he announced it. Tavern walls list prices for wine and food. Brothel walls Pompeii had numerous establishments offering sexual services, describe the specialties of workers whose names have thus been preserved, despite the anonymity they likely preferred in life. There are insults and complaints. Samius to Cornelius, "Go hang yourself," expresses a sentiment that requires no translation across centuries. Virgula to her boyfriend Tertius, "You're disgusting," makes clear that relationship discord is not a modern invention. Apollinaris, doctor of the Emperor Titus, had a good bowel movement here, appears in a public latrine, its scatological humour immediately recognizable despite its ancient origin. There are philosophical reflections, some borrowed from literature, some apparently original. Nothing can last forever. Though the sun shines gold, it must sink into the sea. The moon has also disappeared, which but now so brightly gleamed. So if the beloved rages, be gum and wait, appears in one location. Advice that someone thought worth preserving. What happens when we die? I think nothing, appears in another. An ancient atheist making their position known. There is even meta-commentary about the graffiti itself. "Oh wall, I'm amazed you haven't collapsed under the weight of so much scroll, Zginna," writes someone aware of the proliferation of inscriptions. "I wonder, O wall, that you have not yet fallen in ruins from supporting so many stupid writings." Echoes another, the ancient equivalent of complaining about spam. The graffiti reveals a society that was literate to a degree, sometimes underestimated. Not everyone could read and write, certainly. Literacy was not much universal in the Roman world. But enough people were literate that writing on walls made sense, that messages could expect to be read, that the public sphere included written communication available to ordinary people as well as elites. The graffiti democratizes the historical record in a way that formal literature does not. The graffiti also reveals how similar ancient concerns were to modern ones. People fell in love and quarreled about it. People supported political candidates and argued about policies. People advertised businesses and complained about competitors. People made crude jokes and philosophical observations. People marked their presence in the world by writing their names where others would see them. The ancient Kilroy was here, that speaks to a universal human desire to leave some trace, to insist that we existed, to resist the anonymity that time otherwise imposes. And the graffiti reveals how much has been lost. For every inscription that survived, how many were scraped off, painted over, destroyed before the ash fell? For every voice that speaks from these walls, how many voices were silenced by the ordinary processes of time rather than the extraordinary preservation of catastrophe? The graffiti of Pompeii represents a tiny fraction of the informal writing that Roman cities produced. It survives only because disaster preserved it. The rest, the overwhelming majority, has vanished without trace. Some walls keep secrets. Some walls share them. Some walls become archives of the ordinary, preserving what their makers never imagined would be preserved, speaking across centuries in voices that expected only to be heard for moments. The walls of Pompeii still whisper, still tell us that people loved and quarreled, worked and played, hoped and despaired. Still remind us that the past was populated by people as real as ourselves. concerned with the small dramas of daily life as with the great events that formal history records. The whispers continue. We need only learn to listen. Chapter 4. The Sultan of Silence. In a land where deserts met ancient cities, where astronomy was born in the counting of stars, where mathematics flowered into forms so elegant they seemed like prayers written in numbers, there ruled a sultan who feared words more than swords, syllables more than soldiers, the power of speech more than the power of any army that might march against his borders. His fear began, as many terrible things do with prophecy. In the marketplace, on an ordinary day that carried no warning of what it would become, a poet stood before a small crowd and spoke 3 lines of verse. The words were simple, unadorned, delivered in a voice that carried neither threat nor triumph. But they predicted, with specificity that chilled the Sultan's blood when his spies reported them, the manner and moment of his fall. From that day forward, he declared war on language itself. Poets vanished in the night, pulled from their beds by gods who came silently, who left no trace of the removal except empty spaces at breakfast tables and questions that died on tongues that had learned fear speaks louder than curiosity. The poets were not killed. Death creates martyrs, and martyrs create stories, and stories are made of words. Instead, they were taken to places far from the capital, to desert outposts and mountain villages where their words would reach no ears that mattered, where their verses would be spoken only to sand and stone and the wind that carried nothing back to the city. Libraries burned, their smoke carrying centuries of wisdom into a sky that wept no rain to quench the flames. The Sultan's soldiers came with torches and oil, working systematically through the great repositories of knowledge that had made the city famous across the known world. They burned scrolls written by scholars whose names had become synonyms for wisdom. They burned astronomical charts that mapped the heavens with precision unmatched in any other civilization. They burned medical texts, philosophical treatises, histories, poetry, mathematics, everything reduced to ash that fell on the city like black snow, coating streets and rooftops with the residue of destroyed knowledge. The scholars watched, helpless, as their life's work transformed into smoke. Some wept openly, beyond caring what consequences their tears might bring. Others stood silent, their faces frozen in expressions of grief, so profound it seemed to age them decades in the hours it took for the fires to burn themselves out. A few tried to rush into the flames, to save what they could or die trying. But the gods held them back with spears that drew blood without quite delivering death, making them bear witness to the destruction they could not prevent. Schools closed their doors, their courtyards growing wild with weeds that knew no teacher's gentle correction. The buildings remained standing, empty monuments to a function they no longer served. In the schoolyards where children had once played games that taught them mathematics through movement, that instilled logic through riddles, that made learning feel like discovery rather than labor, silence settled heavy as dust. The teaching stones where masters had sat cross-legged while students gathered around. the fountains where discussions continued through hot afternoons, the walls where notable insights had been carved for future students to contemplate, all stood unused texts, slowly crumbling under the neglect that follows when purpose is removed, but structure remains. The Sultan's guards patrolled with ears trained to catch whispers, eyes sharp for the movement of lips in prayer or protest. The punishment for unauthorized sita speech was swift. The tongue taken, the voice silenced permanently. The operation was performed by surgeons skilled enough to ensure survival, cruel enough to ensure the message was received by every witness forced to watch. Those who lost their tongues were released back into the city, living reminders of what speech could cost. Their still continuing presence more effective than any proclamation at enforcing the Sultan's will. Markets that once rang with haggling and laughter became theatres of gesture. Hands moving in desperate pantomime, faces speaking what mouths no longer could. The merchants developed an elaborate system of signs, fingers indicating quantities, hand positions suggesting qualities, facial expressions negotiating prices. The system worked, after a fashion, allowing commerce to continue. But something essential was lost in the translation from speech to gesture. Some human warmth that comes from voice and hearing, from the back and forth of conversation that is more than just exchange of information, but a kind of communion, a recognition of shared humanity that cannot quite be captured in silent signs. The city learned a new language, of glances, of subtle touches, of silence heavy with all the words that suffocated unspoken. Lovers developed ways of communicating affection through the pressure of held hands, through patterns traced on skin, through looks that carried whole conversations in the space between heartbeats. Parents taught children through demonstration, through patient repetition, through a tenderness that had to work harder to cross the gap that words once bridged effortlessly. Friends met in silence that felt simultaneously sacred and suffocating, treasuring the connection while mourning the ease that had been stolen from it. He surrounded himself with mutes, believing their inability to speak made them loyal. His palace became a tomb of living silence, corridors where footsteps echoed, but voices never rose. The mutes who served him had been chosen carefully, some born without speech, others who had lost it to illness or accident. All of them people whose silence predated his decree and therefore carried no political meaning, no act of resistance or compliance, merely existence in a state the Sultan found comfortable. These servants moved through the palace like ghosts, performing their duties with an efficiency that came from necessity. They could not call out questions or requests, could not coordinate through speech, had to develop instead a wordless cooperation that functioned through mutual understanding built over years of working in silence together. They anticipated needs, responded to the Sultan's gestures, maintained the vast palace without ever disturbing the quiet that he demanded, and they had no choice but to provide. He took no wife, fearing the intimacy of shared words. Marriage proposals came from neighboring kingdoms, from noble families within his own realm, each offering daughters described in letters he burned without reading fully. The very act of courtship required conversation, required the sharing of thoughts and hopes and forswears that builds the foundation of partnership. But the Sultan could not imagine sharing his inner world through words, could not imagine trusting another person with the vulnerability that language requires, could not imagine lying beside someone in darkness and speaking of dreams and doubts and all the things that whisper in the mind in hours too small for guards to monitor. He fathered no children, terrified they might speak the prophecy into being. The continuation of his line, normally a sultan's primary duty, became impossible when weighed against his fear. Children speak. It is their nature, their way of learning, of connecting, of becoming human in the fullest sense. To have a child would be to share his palace with someone whose silence could not be guaranteed, whose words might accidentally or intentionally fulfill the prophecy that haunted him. So his line would end with him, the throne passing to a nephew or cousin whose own relationship with silence was yet to be determined. His court moved like shadows, communicating through written notes that were immediately burned, ashes scattered so thoroughly that not even ghosts could read what had been written. The notes were brief by necessity. Writing required materials, required time, required a record that, however temporarily existed, of communication that happened. So messages were reduced to their essence, stripped of pleasantries and elaboration, becoming mere packets of information passed silently from hand to hand before being committed to flames that ensured no archaeologist would ever piece together what had been said in the Sultan's silent reign. Yet in the hidden quarters of the city, in cellars and forgotten rooms, whose existence the Sultan's maps did not acknowledge, the people preserved their stories. The resistance to silence took forms that adapted to the oppression it resisted. In places where gods did not venture, where the Sultan's attention never reached, the old ways persisted in modified forms, waiting for a day when they might emerge again into light. Grandmothers taught grandchildren the old tales through song hummed so softly it seemed like breathing. The humming carried no words, technically violated no decree, but the melodies were traditional, associated with specific stories that everyone who heard them knew. The tune for the creation myth, the melody for the hero's journey, the rhythm for the love story that ended in tragedy. Each one a carrier of narrative that needed no words, because the melody itself was the story, the notes arranged in patterns that suggested plot points and character arcs and moral lessons that had been embedded in the music generations ago when no one imagined a time when singing the words might be forbidden. Poets composed verses in their minds, memorizing each line without ever giving it sound, creating libraries of the unspoken. These internal compositions grew elaborate over years of refinement, each poet carrying entire volumes in memory, revising and perfecting without ever writing down or speaking aloud the words that consumed their thoughts. The discipline required was extraordinary. To compose without external record, to edit without written draft, to preserve without physical copy. But necessity made poets of the people, made memory their page, made silence their publisher. They passed down the prophecy too, not the 3 lines the Sultan feared, but a fourth line that had never been written, that existed only in collective memory. A line added by the people themselves as commentary on the Sultan's reaction to the first three lines. The fourth line said, "Silence broken becomes thunder." It was taught from grandmother to grandchild, from master to apprentice in trades that still required some instruction, from friend to friend in moments of trust deep enough to risk the sharing. The line became a promise, an assertion that the silence could not last forever. That speech suppressed would eventually erupt with a force proportional to the pressure that had contained it. Thunder is not gentle. It shakes walls, rattles windows, announces storms that transform landscapes. The fourth line thus suggested that when the Sultan's silence finally broke, the breaking would be loud enough to compensate for all the years of enforced quiet, powerful enough to wash away the structures built on the suppression of human voice. They waited, these keepers of forbidden words, for the day when voices would again rise like dawn after the longest night. They waited with the patience of stones that no water will eventually wear them down, with the persistence of roots that crack foundations over decades of slow growth, with the certainty that silence, however long it lasts, is not humanity's natural state, that people are meant to speak and sing and argue and laugh and cry out and whisper secrets and shout joy and murmur comfort and all the thousand ways that voice connects us to each other and to ourselves. The Sultan grew old in his silence, his ears becoming so attuned to quiet that the smallest sound, a footstep in a distant corridor, a door closing rooms away, would startle him awake from sleep that grew ever lighter, ever more fragile. His paranoia deepened with age, his conviction that the prophecy lurked in every potential syllable, making him withdraw further into isolation, surrounding himself with fewer and fewer people, trusting less and less, until finally he trusted no one. Lived alone, attended only by mutes whose loyalty was assumed rather than earned, whose silence was enforced by nature rather than choice. When he died, his mouth was open, as if death had caught him in the act of speaking or screaming, as if whatever final words he might have had were stolen by the end before they could emerge. His body was found by a mute servant who could not cry out, could only run silently to summon others who came and stood around the body in silence that was simultaneously respectful and resentful, mourning not the man, but the end of the fear he had embodied. The funeral was conducted in silence as he would have wanted. No prayers were spoken aloud, no eulogies delivered, no weeping that involved sound. He was buried in a tomb sealed with words carved into stone. The ultimate irony, that language would mark his resting place, that his name and titles and dates would be preserved in the very medium he had tried to destroy. And then, slowly, sound returned to the city. Not all at once, the fear was too deep, too ingrained for immediate reversal. But gradually, whispers became murmurs. Murmurs became conversation. Conversation became song. The libraries were rebuilt from memories and from copies that had been hidden or smuggled out before the burning. The schools reopened. The markets filled again with voices haggling and laughing and telling Therese. The prophecy was never fulfilled in the way the Sultan had feared. His fall came not from the speaking of 3 specific lines, but from the attempt to silence them, from the recognition that a ruler who wars against language wars against humanity itself, from the understanding that words are not the enemy of power, but the foundation of any power worth having, that silence imposed is violence, that voices suppressed will eventually find a way to speak. And when they do, when silence breaks, the sound is indeed like thunder, ancient, powerful, unstoppable, clearing the air for the rain that will make green things grow again in soil that has been too long dry, too long denied the nourishment that falls from sky and speech alike, when both are finally free. On an island where mist never fully lifted, where the boundary between land and sea seemed negotiable with each tide, where the very ground felt temporary beneath your feet, as if it might dissolve back into ocean at any moment, there ruled a prince who never truly claimed his throne. He inherited a kingdom in chaos, a realm that had been prosperous once, but whose prosperity had been consumed by his father's wars. The old king had been ambitious, aggressive, convinced that expansion was the same as success, that each conquered territory added to his glory, even as it subtracted from his treasury, from his people's well-being, from the foundation of stability that any kingdom requires to flourish. The prince had watched his father's wars from the palace windows, had seen the soldiers march out with banners flying and weapons shining, had waited for their return with numbers diminished and eyes haunted. He had walked through halls where ministers argued about strategies and supplies, where maps were marked with territories won and lost, where the language was always of glory and victory, even when the reports detailed suffering and defeat. When his father died, not in battle, but in his bed, worn out by the effort of maintaining wars that had outlasted their purpose, the prince inherited not just a throne, but a catastrophe. Enemies at every border, some newly made by his father's aggression, others old rivals who saw the transition of power as opportunity for revenge or reclamation. Treasuries depleted, the gold spent on weapons and soldiers, and the infrastructure of warfare rather than the infrastructure of peace. A people exhausted, mourning their dead, questioning whether the territories won had been worth the sons lost in winning them. It was too much. The weight of it pressed down on the prince like a physical burden, making it difficult to breathe, to think, to imagine any action that might make things better rather than worse. So he did what seemed, at the time, like a reasonable solution to an impossible problem. He fled. Not physically. That would have been abandonment, would have sparked immediate crisis, would have made obvious what he preferred to keep hidden. Instead, he fled into fantasy, into a constructed world where the kingdom's problems could be observed without being felt, witnessed without being experienced, acknowledged without being addressed. He hired actors to perform courtly duties while he wandered disguised through his own streets, watching his kingdom crumble as though observing a play that did not concern him. The actors were professionals, skilled at their craft, capable of portraying the roles they were given with conviction that fooled all but the most careful observers. They dressed in the robes of ministers, studied the mannerisms of power, learned to move through the palace as if they belonged there, as if the authority they projected was real rather than performed. The principal actor, the one who portrayed the prince in official ceremonies, bore enough physical resemblance to make the deception plausible at a distance. With the right lighting, the right clothing, the right positioning that kept observers at a remove, he could pass. He sat on the throne during audiences, though he granted no actual decisions. He appeared at ceremonies, though he authorized nothing that would commit the kingdom to any particular course. He was, in essence, a placeholder, a symbol without substance, a crown worn by someone who had no right to its weight, but who carried it convincingly enough that most people never questioned whether the person beneath it was who they assumed. The other actors filled out the court, creating a complete tableau of governance. They sat in council chambers debating policies that would never be enacted, signing decrees that held no authority. They discussed the kingdom's problems with appropriate gravity, proposed solutions with suitable earnestness, created elaborate plans that looked official when written on parchment sealed with wax that bore the royal seal, a seal the prince had given them, along with his authority, to use it for purposes that were purely theatrical. Meanwhile, the true business of state, the collection of taxes, the administration of justice, the defense of borders, dissolved into neglect. The structures of government continued to operate at lower levels. The mechanisms that had been established by previous rulers who took their duties seriously, but without direction from above, without coordination, without the authority to make decisions that required the prince's approval. The government became increasingly ineffective, increasingly unable to respond to problems that required unified action or difficult choices. Villagers appealed for help against bandits and received eloquent letters written by playwrights, beautiful compositions that expressed sympathy and promised action but committed to nothing specific, authorized no troops, allocated no resources, simply acknowledged the problem in language so polished it almost disguised the fact that it offered no actual assistance. The letters were signed with the prince's signature, forged by the lead actor who had practiced until he could replicate it perfectly, and sealed with the royal seal, giving them every appearance of official authority while containing no substance behind that appearance. Cities requested grain during famine and received poems describing abundant harvests that existed only in imagination. The poems were genuinely beautiful. The playwrights the prince had hired were talented, capable of creating verses that painted pictures of granaries overflowing, of fields golden with wheat, of bread so plentiful it could be shared freely with anyone who hungered. The poems described a kingdom that existed nowhere except in the lyrical language that conjured it, a realm of plenty that mocked the reality of scarcity it was sent to address. The prince himself walked among his people wearing the clothes of a merchant, a fisherman, a beggar. He had different costumes for different districts, different personas for different audiences, different names that he gave when asked, though he often chose to say nothing, to let people assume whatever they would about the stranger who appeared and disappeared without explanation. He listened to his people's complaints about their ruler, stood in taverns while men drunk enough to forget caution spoke freely about the prince's uselessness, his absence, his failure to address the problems that grew more urgent with each season that passed without action. The prince nodded sympathetically, agreed that yes, the prince was indeed neglectful, absent, lost in whatever concerns occupied him while his people suffered. Sometimes, caught in the moment, he added his own criticisms, elaborating on the prince's failings with an insider's knowledge that made his condemnation particularly cutting. Sometimes he wept at their suffering. Late at night, alone in whatever room he had rented, under whatever false name he was using, he would lie awake thinking of the stories he had heard. The children going hungry, the elderly being robbed by bandits who faced no consequence, the merchants struggling under taxes that went uncollected in some districts while being harshly enforced in others, creating an arbitrary unfairness that bred resentment and division. The tears were real. The sorrow was genuine. The wish that things could be different, that he could somehow make them better, was sincere. But sincerity without action is indulgence. Emotion without responsibility is performance, and the prince performed his own suffering as thoroughly as the actors in his palace performed governance, with the key difference being that his performance had no audience but himself, no purpose but the temporary relief of allowing feeling without the burden of doing. Sometimes he bought people drinks and listened to their stories deep into the night, hearing about their lives with an attention that would have served him well if he had applied it to actual governance. If he had taken what he learned in these midnight conversations and transformed it into policy, into action, into the work of ruling that he had hired others to pretend to do while he pretended to be someone other than himself. But always, come morning, he returned to his palace, removed his disguise, and became again the prince who could not bear the weight of the crown he wore only in private. In mirrors that reflected a truth he visited but never inhabited. The transition from commoner costume to royal robes felt like shedding one skin for another, each one somehow false, each one a performance of an identity he never quite managed to fully occupy. The kingdom learned to govern itself, village by village, forming councils of necessity. In the absence of effective central authority, local structures emerged to fill the void. Village elders who had once deferred to the prince's ministers found themselves making decisions that affected their community's survival. Merchants who had once waited for royal charters created their own agreements about trade and fair dealing. Farmers who had once looked to the crown for protection from bandits hired their own guards, pooling resources to create security that the state no longer provided. They created laws in the absence of royal decree, settled disputes through elder wisdom rather than courtly judgment, organized defense when no army came to their aid. The laws were simpler than the formal codes that had existed before, more directly connected to the problems they addressed, more flexible in their application because they were created by people who understood context, who knew the individuals involved, who could craft solutions that fit circumstances rather than applying rigid rules that might not account for nuance. They became inadvertently free, though they still paid taxes to a throne that gave nothing in return. The taxes were collected by functionaries who operated on precedent and habit, who continued to gather revenue because that was the system that had existed for generations, that no one had explicitly ordered to stop, even though no one was actively directing it to continue. The money flowed into treasuries where it sat unused, accumulating while the kingdom it was meant to serve struggled to meet needs that gold could address if anyone with authority to spend it cared enough to do so. They still bowed to a crown that had become purely ornamental, a relic of a contract broken by the very man who should have honored it. When the actor who played the prince appeared at ceremonies, the people bowed because that was his done. Because open resistance would bring consequences they couldn't afford. Because it was easier to maintain the fiction than to confront the reality that their prince had abdicated everything but the title, had kept the crown while abandoning the responsibility that gave it meaning. And the prince wandered on, a ghost haunting his own reign, present and absent, ruler and refugee from his own responsibility. Years passed. The actors aged, had to be replaced with new performers who learned the roles from their predecessors. The prince himself aged, his disguises requiring more effort as his face became known despite his attempts to remain unknown, as his distinctive way of moving or speaking betrayed him to observers more perceptive than he credited. He told himself he was learning, that his time among the people was valuable, that he was gathering understanding that would someday inform better governance. But someday never came. The knowledge accumulated without application. The understanding deepened without transformation into action. The experience enriched him personally while doing nothing for the people whose suffering had provided it. The kingdom survived despite him rather than because of him. Resilience rooted not in royal leadership, but in the basic human capacity to adapt, to organize, to create order from chaos when necessity demands it. The people who had learned to govern themselves did so with increasing competence, developing systems that worked better in some ways than the centralized authority that had failed them. Discovering that solutions crafted locally by people who understood local problems often fit better than edicts issued from distant palaces, by rulers who saw their subjects as abstract concerns rather than specific individuals. When the prince eventually died, not young, having lived a long life of observation without participation, the transition of power barely registered. The actor who had been playing him was retired with a pension. A cousin was crowned in a ceremony attended by people who bowed out of habit more than conviction. The new ruler found a kingdom that had learned to function without effective central authority. A realm that had adapted to neglect by developing self-sufficiency. A people who had discovered they could survive without the protection they had once believed only a king could provide. And in the records, in the official histories written by chroniclers who were themselves part of the apparatus of pretend governance. The prince was remembered as a mysterious figure, a ruler who moved among his people in disguise, who understood them as few kings ever had. The history made his evasion sound like wisdom, his absence like presence by other means, his failure to lead like a different kind of leadership, more subtle, more in touch with the common experience. But the people remembered differently. They remembered a prince who cared enough to cry but not enough to act, who felt their pain but would not bear the burden of alleviating it, who knew their problems intimately but refused to use his power to address them. They remembered, and they taught their children, preserving a truth more accurate than the official history, that empathy without action is indulgence, that understanding without application is cowardice, that a crown unworn might as well not exist, that a throne unoccupied becomes a symbol of absence rather than authority, that a prince who could not bear the weight of responsibility should have set down the crown rather than keeping it while fleeing everything it demanded of him. In a realm where cherry blossoms marked the passage of seasons, where calligraphy transformed thought into sacred art, where every gesture carried weight and meaning accumulated over centuries of refinement, there ruled an empress who could not accept the truth written in every falling petal, that beauty fades, that youth departs, that time shows mercy to no throne, no matter how elevated or adorned. She had been beautiful once, genuinely, extraordinarily beautiful in ways that inspired poets and painters, that made ordinary conversation pause when she entered rooms, that seemed almost supernatural in its perfection of proportion and grace. Her beauty had been noted from childhood, praised and cultivated, transformed into her primary identity, the quality that defined her above intelligence or kindness or strength or any other attribute a person might possess. When she ascended to the throne, through complicated succession politics that involved the death of brothers and the strategic marriage and divorce of a father who cycled through wives seeking male heirs, her beauty became part of the imperial mystique, proof of heaven's favor, evidence that she was meant to rule. Portraits commissioned during her early reign show a woman of such remarkable appearance that even accounting for artistic flattery, something exceptional must have existed beneath the paint. But time, that great democrat, grants beauty to no one permanently. The Empress was perhaps 30 when she first noticed the subtle changes. A line at the corner of her eye that had not been there the season before. A quality to her skin that seemed fractionally less luminous. A tone to her reflection that suggested the beginning of what would become, if it left to natural course, the ordinary aging that every human body undergoes. For most people, these changes arrive gradually enough to accommodate, to integrate into identity, to accept as part of the journey from youth to maturity to age. But the Empress's entire sense of self, her understanding of her value, her belief in her right to well, all of it was tangled inseparably with her appearance, with the beauty that had defined her since before she could remember being anything else. So she could not accept it, would not accept it. Instead, she gathered alchemists from across the known world, promising them fortunes for formulas to halt the sun's advance across her skin, to freeze the mirror's reflection at the moment of her perfection. The alchemists came from distant lands, bringing with them knowledge accumulated over lifetimes of study. They came from desert kingdoms, where preservation of the dead had been perfected to the point that bodies could remain unchanged for millennia. They came from mountain monasteries, where monks had dedicated centuries to understanding the relationship between body and spirit, seeking ways to purify the flesh or transcend its limitations. They came from island nations where rare plants grew that were said to extend life, to heal wounds, to restore vitality to the aged. They set up laboratories in palace wings, filling rooms with apparatus and ingredients, with bubbling retorts and careful measurements, with substances distilled and combined and tested on animals first, then on prisoners who had little choice but to volunteer, then on servants who were promised rewards they would rarely receive. The experiments proceeded with the methodical patience of science applied to an impossible goal, seeking through rational means to achieve what nature had not designed to be achieved. Her quest consumed the empire's wealth, like fire consumes parchment. The alchemists' fees were substantial, paid in gold that represented taxes collected from provinces already struggling. But beyond their fees, the ingredients they required were often rare, exotic, expensive beyond reason. Rare herbs were harvested to extinction. Entire species of plants that had taken millennia to evolve were consumed in experiments that sought to extract whatever properties they might possess that could slow or reverse aging. Minerals were mined from sacred mountains until the peaks themselves grew hollow, collapsing into valleys that had once bloomed with life. Mountains that had been revered for generations, that had been considered homes of gods or spirits, were excavated for rare earths, for compounds that existed only in specific geological formations, for crystals that the alchemists believed might hold some essential quality of permanence, some resistance to change that could be transferred to human flesh. She bathed in milk stolen from mothers whose infants cried from hunger. The milk baths were recommended by alchemists who believed that the properties that nourished infants might also preserve skin, might transfer some quality of new life to aging flesh. Servants collected milk from women across the empire, women who were paid for their milk, but whose children suffered from the diversion of nourishment meant for them. The empress bathed in enormous tubs filled with the milk that quickly soured in the heat, requiring constant replenishment, consuming daily what could have fed families for weeks. She wore masks of gold dust and crushed pearls, while her subjects wore rags thin as spider silk, praying for winters they could survive. The masks were applied each night, compounds mixed fresh by attendants who had been trained in their application, who spread the precious materials across the empress's skin in layers that were meant to nourish, to tighten, to preserve. The gold was real, ground to dust fine enough to pass through silk, mixed with pearl powder created by crushing pearls that could have paid for disaster relief, for food stores, for any of the 1,000 needs that an empire always has, but which went unmet while resources flowed toward preserving the empress's appearance. The palace became a shrine to stillness. Clocks were banned, for they marked time's passage, the ticking a constant reminder of the force she could not stop. The mechanical clocks that had been imported from distant lands, marvels of engineering that kept time with precision unknown to water clocks or sundials, were removed and destroyed. The absence of clocks made time in the palace feel strange, unmoored, with no regular marking of hours, days bleeding into each other in ways that made servants forget how long they had worked, when they had last rested, whether morning had passed to afternoon or afternoon into evening. Mirrors were permitted only after court artists perfected each one's reflection, ensuring flattering light and angles that defied honesty. The mirror makers developed techniques that incorporated subtle distortions into the glass, curves that stretched and flattered, that took years from reflected faces, that showed the empress not as she was, but as she wished to be. The process of creating these mirrors was complex, requiring grinding and polishing to specifications so precise that most mirrors failed inspection and had to be destroyed. Their fragments buried where they could not reflect truth that the empress had forbidden to exist in her presence. Her courtiers learned to age in secret, hiding grey hairs beneath elaborate wigs, painting youth onto faces that time had touched. To appear old in her presence was to remind her of the war she could not win, and such reminders often proved fatal to those careless enough to embody them. Not fatal literally, she did not execute courtiers for aging, but fatal to careers, to positions at court, to the access to power and influence that required remaining in the empress's favor. So the court became a strange place, where everyone performed youth, regardless of their actual age, where 70-year-old ministers wore makeup and padding to suggest vitality they did not feel, where grey hair was cause for panicked overnight dying, where wrinkles meant banishment, or at least removal from positions that required proximity to the empress. The courtiers became actors in a play about a place that did not age, performing roles in a fantasy that everyone knew was false, but that no one could afford to acknowledge. In the gardens she commissioned, sculptors carved statues of her younger self, each one perfect, unchanging, a lie told in marble and bronze. The garden sprawled across acres that had once grown food, transformed into a gallery of the empress at different ages of her youth, each statue capturing her at a specific moment that she deemed worth preserving. Empress at 17, frozen in marble that would outlast memory. Empress at 22, cast in bronze that would corrode over centuries, but slowly enough that generations would see her as she saw herself. Eternally young, eternally beautiful, eternally at the peak of perfection that flesh could achieve. She walked among these frozen versions of herself as decades passed, her reflection fragmenting across a gallery of impossibilities. The walks became ritual, a daily pilgrimage through a landscape that presented her as she wished to be, rather than as she was becoming. She would pause before each statue, comparing her actual reflection in the polished surfaces to the idealized version rendered in stone, measuring the distance between reality and preservation, feeling that distance widen with each passing year, despite all the treatments. all the potions, all the desperate attempts to stop what could not be stopped. The people noticed the statues never changed, while their empress, despite all her arts and potions, grew brittle as autumn leaves. They were not permitted to speak this observation aloud, but they noticed nonetheless. They saw her at ceremonies, at formal appearances, where she sat elevated and distant but still visible. And they saw what the flattering lights and careful positioning could not fully disguise. That time was winning the war she waged against it. That the treatments and potions were losing their efficacy, or had never had efficacy except in her mind. That the face on the throne grew yearly more distant from the faces frozen in marble throughout the gardens. They noticed and said nothing. For the truth had become the most dangerous contraband in an empire where the greatest crime was acknowledging that even empresses must someday bow to the same force that bends every blade of grass, every star, every stone toward its eventual rest. Servants who cleaned the empress's chambers saw in the morning light what carefully maintained evening illumination concealed. Attendants who dressed her felt beneath silk robes the body that was aging, despite everything money and desperation could do to prevent it. But they maintained the fiction, performed their parts in the collective pretense, because to do otherwise was to risk consequences that went beyond personal punishment to threatening the entire elaborate structure of denial that the Empress had built around herself. The alchemists, for their part, continued their work with decreasing confidence. The most honest among them knew they were seeking what could not be found, knew that aging was not a disease to be cured, but a process woven into the fabric of organic life, knew that the Empress's quest was doomed by its basic misunderstanding of what humans are and how flesh functions. But they continued because stopping meant admitting failure, meant confessing that they had taken her gold and given her nothing but false hope, meant facing her disappointment, which, even more than her anger, was something they found they could not bear to witness. Some of them began to believe their own fabrications, convincing themselves that the next formula would work where previous ones had failed, that some combination of ingredients not yet tried would unlock the secret that had eluded every generation before them. Others simply learned to lie convincingly, to describe subtle improvements that existed nowhere except in descriptions, to attribute to their potions effects that were indistinguishable from placebo or from the normal variation in how a face appears at different times and in different lights. The empire suffered from the diversion of resources, but not catastrophically. The structure of government was robust enough to function even when the Empress's attention was focused almost entirely on her appearance rather than on administration. Ministers governed. Taxes were collected. Infrastructure was maintained, or the mechanisms of state continuing to operate largely independent of the person who sat at its nominal center. The empire was wealthy enough that the waste, though substantial, did not immediately cause collapse. But there was opportunity cost, the good that could have been done with resources instead devoted to impossible quests. The schools that could have been built, the roads repaired, the suffering alleviated, all the positive acts that never happened because the gold was spent elsewhere. As she aged, and she did age, despite everything, the Empress withdrew. Public appearances became rare, then occasional, then almost mythical. She ruled increasingly through intermediaries, through written decrees that carried her seal, but that might have been written by ministers who had learned to anticipate her wishes or who simply made policy in her name, knowing she was too absorbed in her private war against time to notice or care. The palace filled with mirrors that lied and courtiers who performed, and gardens filled with statues that showed what was lost rather than what remained. And at the center of this elaborate construction sat an empress who had become a prisoner of her own fear, trapped in chambers where every surface was controlled to show her only what she wished to see, surrounded by people who dared not speak truth, spending her remaining years fighting a war that could never be won, that was lost from the moment she decided winning was necessary, that transformed what could have been dignified maturity into desperate grasping after something that existed only in memory and marble, preserved everywhere except in the one place it mattered most, in the living flesh that time. Patient and inexorable, continued to move through its ordained passage, from youth to age to whatever lies beyond, carrying the Empress with it despite her protests, despite her potions, despite her refusal to accept what every human body knows in its bones, that we are temporary, that beauty fades, that fighting this truth only makes its victory more complete when it finally, inevitably arrives. The people of Pompeii worshipped many gods, Jupiter and Juno and Minerva in the great temple dominating the forum, Apollo in his temple nearby, Venus as the city's special patron goddess, Isis in her Egyptian sanctuary that had been rebuilt with particular care after the earthquake. They offered sacrifices and prayers, maintained priesthoods and sacred calendars, built temples and shrines that punctuated the urban landscape with reminders of divine presence. It is said that Roman religion was practical, transactional, focused on maintaining proper relationships with gods whose favor was necessary for prosperity and whose anger could bring disaster. The gods did not demand belief in the modern religious sense, did not require faith or personal transformation or exclusive devotion. They demanded correct ritual, proper sacrifice, appropriate acknowledgement of their power. The relationship was almost contractual. Humans provided worship, gods provided protection. As long as both parties fulfilled their obligations, the arrangement worked. Whispers tell us of the specific religious landscape of Pompeii. The Capitolium, the temple to Jupiter, Juno and Minerva that dominated the forum, was the city's primary religious monument, symbol of Pompeii's integration into the Roman state, proof of the city's proper devotion to the gods who protected Rome itself. The temple had been damaged in the earthquake of 62 CE and was still being repaired when the eruption occurred. Scaffolding was still in place. Work was incomplete. The gods, apparently, had not minded the delay. The temple of Apollo was older than Roman Pompeii itself, dating back to the Greek influence that had shaped the region before Roman conquest. Apollo was god of prophecy, of music, of healing, of many things that mattered to Roman life. His temple stood near the forum, its columns still visible today. its bronze statue of the god, now in the Naples Archaeological Museum, its presence testimony to the continuity of worship across cultural changes. The Temple of Isis represented something newer, something foreign, something that had come from Egypt and had spread throughout the Roman world despite occasional official disapproval. Isis was a goddess who promised resurrection, who offered personal relationship with the divine, who appealed particularly to those whom traditional Roman religion did not adequately serve. Women, freedmen, the marginalized. Her temple in Pompeii had been completely rebuilt after the earthquake, the money provided by a freedman whose generosity allowed his young son to be admitted to the city council despite not meeting the usual age requirements. The inscription recording this transaction still exists, evidence of the social negotiations that religious devotion enabled. But the temples raise a question that the people of Pompeii must have asked in their final hours. Where were the gods when the mountain exploded? Where was Jupiter when the sky turned black? Where was Apollo when the sun disappeared? Where was Isis when her temple was buried along with everything else? The gods received sacrifice and prayer and worship. They received temples and priesthoods and sacred days. What did the people receive in return? We cannot know what the people of Pompeii thought as they died, cannot recover the prayers they offered, the bargains they attempted to make, the accusations they may have hurled at divinities who seem to have abandoned them. But we can imagine. We can imagine priests in the temples performing rituals meant to appease angry gods, trying to understand what the city had done to deserve such punishment. We can imagine ordinary people praying to household gods whose altars were being buried, to Venus whose favor had apparently failed, to any power that might intervene. The gods stood silent. The temples fell. The sacrifices went unanswered. Some ancient writers saw the destruction of Pompeii as divine punishment, evidence of gods angered by human wickedness, judgment rendered against a city that had somehow earned destruction. The interpretation fit Roman religious logic. If disasters represented divine anger, then disasters implied divine anger. Then someone must have provoked that anger. The city must have sinned. The punishment must have been deserved. Other interpretations emerged. Epicurean philosophy, popular in the Roman world, held that the gods existed but did not concern themselves with human affairs, that natural disasters were simply natural, that no divine will directed the volcano's eruption, that the destruction of Pompeii meant nothing beyond the operation of physical forces that the gods neither controlled nor cared about. This was cold comfort, but it was rational comfort, freeing the survivors from the burden of understanding what sin had been punished. The temples themselves have yielded their secrets to archaeology. Ritual objects have been found in place. The vessels and implements of worship, the offerings that had been made, the paraphernalia of religion frozen in the moment of the eruption. In the temple of Isis, the priest's lunch was found still on the table. They had been interrupted mid-meal when the eruption began, had fled or died, had left behind evidence of the ordinary life that even priests lived between ceremonies. Some temples offered no shelter. Their roofs collapsed under the weight of pumice. Their walls provided no protection against the pyroclastic surges. Those who fled to temples hoping for divine protection found instead that sacred spaces were as vulnerable as secular ones, that the gods' houses were no more resistant to volcanic destruction than the houses of mortals. Some silences are empty, the absence of sound, nothing more. Some silences are full, pregnant with meaning, heavy with the weight of unanswered questions. The silence of Pompeii's temples is full of prayers that went unanswered, full of sacrifices that brought no protection, full of the theological questions that catastrophe always raises. Why this city? Why these people? Why now? Why at all? The gods stood silent then. They remain silent now. And the temples they inhabited are ruins, preserved by the disaster they did not prevent, testimony to faith that could not save itself. Chapter 8. The ones who walked away before the end. Not everyone died. Some residents of Pompeii and Herculaneum escaped, fled at the first signs of eruption, or during the pumice fall when escape was still possible, or somehow survived the surges that killed so many others. They are the invisible majority, the ones whose survival left fewer traces than the deaths of those who stayed, the people whose stories we cannot tell because they were not preserved in ash. It is said that the early hours of the eruption offered the best chance of escape. When the column first rose from Vesuvius, when the pumice first began to fall, the roads were still passable. The darkness had not yet become absolute. The worst was still to come. Those who recognized the danger immediately, who did not pause to gather valuables or debate what to do, who simply fled. These people had the best odds of survival. We have no way to estimate how many there were, but the relative scarcity of bodies suggests that many residents did escape. Westers tell us of the evidence for evacuation. Some houses appear to have been deliberately empty, valuable removed, important documents taken, the kind of selective retrieval that suggests deliberate departure rather than panicked flight. Some strong boxes were found open and empty, their contents presumably carried away by owners who had time to think about what they would need. Some shops were closed and secured, suggesting owners who expected to return, who took what they could and hoped to reclaim the rest when the crisis passed. The roads would have been chaotic, crowds pushing toward the gates, the pumice falling on everyone equally, the darkness making movement difficult, the uncertainty about which direction was safe. Those heading south, away from the mountain, had the best chance. Those heading north, toward Vesuvius, would have met the pyroclastic flows sooner. Those heading to the coast hoped for rescue by sea, though the volcanic activity made maritime approach dangerous. Pliny the Elder's ships found that falling pumice made landing impossible at some points along the shore. Where did the survivors go? Some likely reached nearby towns that the eruption did not destroy. Stabiae was buried, but other communities to the south were outside the zone of total destruction. Some likely reached Naples, the major city of the region, which was far enough from Vesuvius to escape burial, though near enough to experience the terror of the eruption. Some likely scattered across the Italian countryside, taking refuge with relatives or connections in communities that had no direct experience of the disaster. The Roman government did attempt to respond. Emperor Titus appointed a commission to oversee relief efforts, allocated funds from the imperial treasury to assist survivors, dispatched officials to assess the damage and organize reconstruction. The response was limited by ancient administrative capacity, but it was genuine. Titus apparently took personal interest in the disaster, visited the area himself, provided what aid was available. The gesture mattered, even if the practical impact was modest. But the survivors faced challenges beyond physical relocation. Roman law had elaborate provisions for property ownership, inheritance, debt collection, contract enforcement, provisions that assumed stable societies where records could be consulted and witnesses could testify. What happened when the records were buried under 15 feet of ash? When the witnesses were dead? When the property itself was inaccessible? Its very location uncertain? Legal disputes must have continued for years, perhaps generations, as survivors tried to reconstruct lives that the eruption had shattered. The psychological burden must have been immense. Survivors had witnessed the end of their world, had seen the sky turn black, had heard the sounds of a mountain tearing itself apart, had possibly seen friends and family die, had fled through chaos and terror, had emerged into a landscape transformed beyond recognition. What we now call post-traumatic stress disorder would have affected many, though ancient medicine had no framework for understanding such conditions, no language for describing them, no treatments beyond the general advice to maintain good diet and exercise that Roman physicians offered for most ailments. And yet we hear almost nothing from these survivors in the historical record. No memoirs survive, no detailed accounts of escape and aftermath, no testimony from those who lost everything and had to rebuild. Pliny the Younger's letters describe what he witnessed from across the bay, but he was never in immediate danger. Never faced the decisions that Pompeii's residents faced. The voices of those who actually fled, who actually survived, who actually carried the trauma of the eruption through the rest of their lives. These voices are silent. The silence is itself a puzzle. Why did survivors not write their stories? Were they illiterate? Were they too traumatized? Did they write accounts that simply did not survive? Did they prefer to forget rather than remember? We do not know. We can only note that the survivors chose or were forced to disappear from history, their experiences unrecorded, their perspective on the catastrophe lost. Some escapes are recorded, celebrated, preserved a narrative that honors those who fled. Some escapes are silent, the absence of victims, nothing more. No story, no voice, no account of what it felt like to flee the end of the world. The survivors of Pompeii, they walked away from history. They carried their memories into the Roman world, into lives we cannot trace, into deaths that were not preserved in ash. They were the lucky ones, perhaps. Or perhaps not. Perhaps the trauma of survival was its own kind of burial, its own kind of preservation in forms that brought no relief. We will never know their names. We will never hear their stories. We can only acknowledge that they existed, that they escaped, that they carried Pompeii within them into a world that would gradually forget that Pompeii had ever been. Chapter 9. The centuries of silence and forgetting after the eruption. The destroyed cities disappeared. This was not immediate. Survivors returned to dig through the debris, to search for valuables, perhaps for bodies. Salvage operations recovered some materials from upper floors of buildings that protruded above the ash. Tunnelers broke into walls and removed objects that could be reached from below. For decades, perhaps longer, the buried cities were not forgotten so much as harvested. Their remains picked through by those who remembered where they had been at. It is said that gradually, even this interaction ceased. The volcanic material compacted and hardened. Vegetation grew atop the burial. New settlements formed, their inhabitants knowing vaguely that something lay below but having no clear understanding of what. The names Pompeii and Herculaneum persisted in texts, in memories, in the vague awareness that cities had once existed in places that were now farmland. But the precise locations became uncertain. The extent of what was buried became unclear. The connection between ancient ruins and modern landscape became obscured by the simple passage of time. Whispers tell us of the medieval period, when the buried cities were largely forgotten. Local farmers ploughing their fields occasionally struck ancient walls, found artifacts that they could not explain, encountered the buried past without knowing what it was. Some finds were treasured, some were destroyed, most were simply ignored. Fragments of an incomprehensible past that had no relevance to the present. The classical knowledge that might have identified the finds was itself largely lost in Western Europe, preserved only in monasteries, and gradually being recovered through the long process we call the Renaissance. The rediscovery came in stages. In 15, architect Domenico Fontana, digging a channel to divert water from the Sarno River, struck walls and found frescoes. He apparently recognized their antiquity, but did not investigate further, did not announce the discovery, perhaps deliberately suppressed it. The frescoes were erotic, potentially embarrassing, better left buried. The opportunity for earlier excavation passed. The buried cities continued to wait. In 1709, workers digging a well in the town of Resina struck marble. The discovery reached the ears of local authorities, who began more systematic digging, who soon realized they had encountered a buried theatre, a theatre that would eventually be identified as part of Herculaneum. The excavation that began was not archaeology in any modern sense. It was treasure hunting. Workers tunneled through the volcanic material, extracted whatever seemed valuable: statues, inscriptions, precious metals, and left the rest in place. The tunnels they dug collapsed behind them, further damaging structures they had partially exposed. Pompeii's rediscovery followed in 1748, when Spanish engineer Roque Joaquin de Alcubierre began digging at a site called Civitellantille. guided by local rumors of buried ruins. What he found was another treasure trove, better preserved than Herculaneum in some ways, more accessible because buried under ash and pumice rather than the rock-like material that covered its neighbor. Excavation proceeded with the same treasure-hunting mentality, the same focus on extracting valuable objects, the same disregard for context and preservation. The Bourbon kings who ruled Naples treated the excavations as private resources. The finds became royal property, displayed in royal collections, accessible only with royal permission. Scholars who wished to study the ruins faced obstacles that politics created. The systematic publication of finds was delayed by jealousy and secrecy. The potential for Pompeii to illuminate ancient life was partially realized but largely frustrated by the circumstances of its rediscovery. And throughout this period, the destruction continued. Excavation methods were primitive, designed to extract objects rather than preserve context. Frescoes were cut from walls and removed, leaving behind surfaces that quickly deteriorated. Buildings were exposed and then neglected, weathering in ways that the volcanic burial had prevented. The very act of rediscovery damaged what it revealed. The centuries of silence had preserved. The centuries of rediscovery began to destroy. This paradox haunts archaeology everywhere, but it is particularly acute at Pompeii. The city survived 1,700 years of burial largely intact. It has survived fewer than 300 years of excavation with significant deterioration. The ash that seemed like catastrophe was also protection. The daylight that rediscovery brought was also exposure to forces, weather, tourism, inadequate conservation, that the burial had prevented. Some silences preserve. They hold in stillness what movement would destroy. They maintain in darkness what light would fade. They keep in burial what excavation would damage. Some silences end necessarily because we want to know, because we cannot leave the past buried, because our curiosity demands that we disturb what time has sealed. The centuries of silence ended at Pompeii. What was found was extraordinary. What was lost in the finding was also extraordinary. Contexts destroyed, relationships severed, information obliterated by the very processes that brought other information to light. The cities had waited in silence. The silence ended. And what replaced it? Excavation, study, tourism, the complex modern presence at Pompeii has been both revelation and continuation of destruction, both gift and loss. Chapter 7. The king who collected shadows in valleys where fog settled thick as memory, where even summer felt like autumn's echo, where the sun appeared more as rumor than reality, through layers of mist that never fully burned away. There ruled a king fascinated by absence, by what remained when light departed, by the negative spaces that defined form more surely than form itself. His obsession began innocently, a childhood fear of shadows that transformed into curiosity, then fixation, finally madness, wrapped in intellectual pursuit. As a young prince, he had been afraid of the dark, terrified of the shapes that appeared on walls when candles flickered. convinced that the shadows cast by ordinary objects were somehow more real than the objects themselves. That darkness held truths that light obscured. His tutors, trying to cure him of this fear, had taught him about optics, about how shadows were merely the absence of light, geometric projections with no substance or independent existence. But the lessons had the opposite effect. Instead of diminishing his fear, they deepened his fascination. If shadows were absences, he reasoned, then they were spaces where something could exist that light made impossible to see. If darkness was merely light's opposite, then perhaps it held properties inverse to light's properties, realities that could only be perceived when illumination was removed. When he became king, he had resources to pursue this fascination beyond childhood wondering. He commissioned scholars to study darkness, philosophers to contemplate void, artists to paint what could not be seen. The scholars came from universities where they had studied optics and astronomy, where they understood light mathematically and could describe darkness as its absence with precision. But the king wanted more. He wanted them to study darkness on its own terms, not merely as light's opposite, but as a phenomenon worthy of investigation independent of what it was not. The philosophers he gathered were men who had spent careers contemplating nothingness, void, the spaces between things, the pauses between heartbeats, the silence between notes that gives music its meaning. They debated in chambers lit by single candles, discussing whether darkness was truly absence, or whether it possessed its own existence. Whether void was empty or full of things humans lacked the senses to perceive. Whether nothing was truly nothing or merely something we had not learned to recognize. The artists faced the greatest challenge: how to paint what could not be seen, how to represent abscess on canvas, how to make visible the invisible. Some painted canvases entirely black, claiming that true representation of darkness required abandoning the pretense of depicting what darkness contained. Others painted gradations of grey, attempting to capture the subtle variations within darkness that the eye learns to distinguish when light is removed. Still others painted negative images, showing what surrounded darkness in order to define darkness by its edges, by what it was not rather than what it was. He ordered the construction of chambers within chambers, rooms designed to capture and contain shadow as others might cage birds. His architects were at first confused by the commission. How does one contain what has no substance, what exists only as absence? But the king's gold was persuasive, and they began to design spaces that would maximize darkness, that would create pockets of shadow so deep that the most powerful lights could not penetrate them. The palace grew inward, becoming a labyrinth where corridors twisted upon themselves, creating pockets of darkness that persisted even at noon. The construction was architectural innovation pressed into service of obsession. Halls that turned back on themselves to block light from windows. Staircases that descended to levels below levels. Chambers whose walls were painted in black so absolute they seemed to absorb rather than reflect. Creating spaces where the eye could find no purchase. Where even adjusting to darkness revealed nothing because there was nothing to reveal except darkness itself. Courtiers lost their way in corridors they had walked 100 times. The familiar made strange by shadows that shifted with the building's expansion, by new passages that opened without warning, by old routes that ended in walls that had not been there the day before. Time became uncertain in the depths of the palace, where the absence of natural light made it impossible to judge whether hours had passed or merely minutes, where the usual markers of day and night disappeared beneath layers of architectural darkness. The king spent his nights in the deepest chambers, sitting in absolute darkness, listening to what he claimed were voices that only spoke when light was fully banished. What he heard in those sessions, he never fully disclosed. He would emerge from hours or days in the dark chambers, his sense of time as unreliable as anyone's in that place, and issue decrees based on insights he claimed the darkness had revealed. He issued commands that windows be shrouded, that lanterns be dimmed, that his kingdom embrace the shade he believed held hidden wisdom. The decrees went out to provinces that had always lived under normal cycles of day and night, that had never questioned the value of sunlight or feared the natural darkness of evening. But the king's will was law, and so the shrouding began. Markets operated in perpetual twilight, their goods displayed under lighting dim enough to make colors uncertain, qualities difficult to judge, transactions complicated by the inability to clearly see what was being bought or sold. Merchants complained that business suffered when customers could not properly examine merchandise. But the complaints were answered with reminders that the king's wisdom exceeded merchants' understanding, that what seemed like impediment was actually invitation to develop new ways of knowing, to trust senses other than sight, to embrace darkness as the king had embraced it. Children grew up never knowing the full brightness of day. Windows in schools, those that remained open, were covered with cloth that filtered sunlight to dimness, creating interiors where reading required squinting, where playing required caution to avoid collisions, where the exuberance natural to childhood was muted by conditions that made running and shouting seem dangerously reckless. The sun became a distant memory, something grandparents spoke of like a legend from an age now past. The old ones remembered mornings when light streamed golden through windows, afternoons when heat made rest necessary, evenings when sunset painted the sky in colors that had no names because language had not needed to capture gradations of light in a world where light was abundant and varied. They remembered and tried to describe to grandchildren who listened with the polite incomprehension of people hearing about a world they had never experienced and could not quite imagine. His subjects developed pale skin that bruised easily, eyes that could see in near darkness but squinted painfully in ordinary light. The adaptation happened over years, over generations born into dimness who knew no other way of living. Their bodies changed, becoming suited to the environment the king had created. Skin losing pigmentation it no longer needed for protection from sun it rarely encountered. Eyes developing enhanced sensitivity to minimal light while losing the ability to tolerate brightness without discomfort. They moved through their shadowed world quietly, speaking in whispers, as if afraid to disturb the darkness their king had made sacred. The quiet was partly reverence for the king's obsession, partly practical adaptation to an environment where sound traveled strangely in the absence of light, where voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, where the usual visual cues that help humans locate sound sources were absent, making conversation disorienting when conducted at normal volume. And in the hidden places, in rooms where a few brave souls kept lanterns burning behind heavy curtains that concealed their light from external observation, they told stories of sunlight, of colors bright and warm, of a world they could barely remember but refused to completely forget. These keepers of light met in secret, knowing discovery would mean punishment, knowing their resistance to the king's darkness was treason against his vision. They maintained forbidden knowledge, how to keep lamps burning cleanly, how to create dyes that would reveal their true colors when light eventually returned, how to grow plants that required more than the dim filtered light that penetrated the kingdom's shrouded windows. They grew pale flowers in hidden gardens lit by lanterns, keeping alive species that would have died in the perpetual twilight that covered the rest of the kingdom. They taught children in whispers about the sun, about how light revealed rather than obscured, about warmth that came from above rather than from fires that burned in hearths. They taught even though teaching was dangerous, even though discovery meant consequences, because they believed that knowledge of light must be preserved for a time when darkness would no longer be mandatory, when windows could be unveiled, when the kingdom might remember what had been lost in the king's descent into shadow. The king grew old in his darkness, his eyes becoming so attuned to shadow that the smallest light, a candle in a distant room, a crack in curtains admitting a sliver of sun, would cause him pain that felt like needles driven into his skull. His court physicians could do nothing except prescribe darker chambers, thicker curtains, more complete isolation from anything that might remind him that the world beyond his palace still contained light. He became a creature of pure darkness, living in chambers where servants moved by touch rather than sight, where food was brought on silent feet and left where he could find it by familiar placement rather than by seeing. He claimed the darkness revealed truths that light had always hidden, that he could see now more clearly than when his eyes had functioned normally, that what others called blindness, he understood as vision of a different kind, perception of realities that required darkness to make themselves known. Whether this was wisdom or madness, insight or delusion, no one could say with certainty. The king spoke of patterns he perceived in darkness, of structures that had no form but somehow had existence, of presences that communicated not through sound or light, but through some direct contact with consciousness that required all other inputs to be eliminated before it could be perceived. His pronouncements from the depths became increasingly strange, less connected to the practical concerns of governing, more focused on abstract observations about the nature of void and absence and the spaces between things. His ministers learned to interpret these pronouncements creatively, to extract from mystical observations whatever practical guidance they could. or to simply govern according to their own judgment, while claiming their decisions reflected the king's dark wisdom. When he died, he was found in his deepest chamber, sitting in a chair carved from black stone, his sightless eyes open, his face bearing an expression that might have been peace or terror. In darkness, even those who found him could not be certain which. His body was so pale, it seemed translucent, as if the years of darkness had begun to make him transparent, to transform him into the absence he had spent his life studying. His burial was strange. A tomb built without windows, without light of any kind, sealed so completely that no illumination could ever penetrate its darkness. The tomb was exactly what he would have wanted, a monument to shadow, a space of permanent darkness that would preserve his body in the condition he had preferred in life, unseen, unseeable, existing in darkness so complete that even memory of light could not survive within it. And slowly, tentatively, light returned to the kingdom. The new ruler, a niece who had spent her childhood in provinces distant enough from the capital to avoid the worst of the shrouding, ordered curtains removed, windows unveiled, lanterns lit at full brightness. The process was gradual, allowing people to adjust, to relearn how to live with light after years or generations in dimness. The transition was painful for some. Those whose eyes had adapted too completely to darkness found full light agonizing, had to relearn how to function in brightness, or continue living in dimmed rooms they created for themselves, choosing voluntarily what had once been imposed. But most welcomed the return, remembered or learned for the first time what colors looked like in proper light, what the world revealed when shadow was natural rather than mandatory, when darkness was night's gift rather than the king's obsession inflicted on waking hours. The secret keepers emerged, bringing with them the flowers they had preserved, the knowledge they had protected, the memory of light that had allowed the kingdom to remember what had been lost and to recognize when it returned what they had been missing. Their gardens bloomed in full sun for the first time in decades. Their colors so vivid they seemed almost violent after years of muted tones. Their beauty a testimony to persistence, to the refusal to let darkness claim everything, to the stubborn insistence that light had value, even when a king declared that shadow was superior. The palace itself remained, its labyrinthine chambers a monument to one man's obsession, an architectural manifestation of the path that leads from fear to fascination, to fixation, to the kind of madness that believes its own distortions are insights, its own limitations are enhancements, its own darkness is light of a different kind. The deepest chambers were sealed, too dangerous to navigate, too strange to repurpose, left as tombs for an obsession that had consumed a king and nearly consumed a kingdom. A reminder carved in stone and shadow of what happens when rulers confuse their personal obsessions with truth, their private visions with public good, their descent into darkness with a path that others should be forced to follow, into depths that reveal nothing except the danger of believing that absence is presence, that void is fullness, that shadow is anything other than what it has always been, the space where light is not, waiting patiently for illumination to return and reveal what was hidden, what remained, what survived the years of imposed darkness. Because some things persist even in shadow. Some truths survive even when kings forbid their speaking. Some light continues to exist even when obscured. Waiting for the moment when curtains are pulled back and windows opened and the kingdom remembers how to live in brightness rather than shade. Across deserts, where heat made the horizon shimmer with false water, where caravans had traded since before cities knew walls, where the very air seemed to carry weight in the stillness between wind and wind, there ruled a sultan who believed in absolute justice, a precision so perfect it became cruelty's sharpest instrument. He had come to power in the aftermath of chaos, during a period when law had collapsed and disputes were settled through violence, when the strong took what they wanted and the weak suffered without recourse, when justice was whatever those with power declared it to be. The Sultan had witnessed this chaos, had suffered under it, had seen his own family destroyed by lawlessness and that masqueraded as freedom, by injustice that claimed to be natural order. His response was understandable: to create a system so perfectly balanced that injustice would become impossible, to establish justice so absolute that no one could twist it to their advantage, to build a legal framework so precisely calibrated that fairness would be guaranteed through mathematics rather than left to the unreliable judgments of fallible humans. He commissioned a great scale built from materials gathered across his empire: gold from western mountains, silver from eastern mines, brass from southern forges, all calibrated with such exactness that it could measure a feather's weight against wind. The scale was an engineering marvel, a mechanism of such precision that its creation required craftsmen to develop new techniques, to achieve tolerances that exceeded anything previously attempted, to create an instrument that could detect differences in weight so subtle that human senses could not perceive them. This scale became the center of his court, the arbiter of all disputes. He decreed that justice must be mathematically perfect, that every crime required punishment measured with absolute equivalence, that mercy itself was a form of corruption, an imbalance in the cosmic order he imagined himself maintaining. The logic seemed sound. If justice means giving each person what they deserve, then precise measurement of desert would create perfect justice. If crimes cause harm, then punishments that exactly balance that harm would restore order. If the law was applied equally to all, measured with identical precision, regardless of rank or wealth or relationship, then the system would be fair in ways that human judgment, always influenced by bias and emotion, could never achieve. But the translation of this logic into practice created horrors that the Sultan, committed to his system, refused to recognize as problems. Thieves lost hands that weighed precisely what they had stolen. The equation seemed balanced: property taken, profit returned, with the thief's hand substituted for whatever object had been stolen. The scale determined the weight. A hand heavier than the stolen object would be trimmed, fingers removed one by one until the weight matched exactly. A hand lighter than the stolen object meant the thief's punishment was insufficient, requiring additional payment in other body parts, other measurement of flesh, until balance was achieved. The surgeons who performed these amputations worked with scales beside their tables, weighing removed parts against samples that represented the stolen property, making adjustments to achieve perfect balance. They became experts in anatomy, knowing which joints to cut to achieve which weights, which bones contained more mass than others, which parts could be removed while leaving the victim alive, because death would unbalance the equation, would prevent the thief from making full restitution, would cheat justice of its mathematical precision. Debtors labored for days calculated to the minute of what they owed. Complex formulas determined the value of a day's labor, adjusted for the type of work, the skill required, the productivity of the individual debtor. The calculations grew baroque in their complexity. A strong young man's day of labor might pay more debt than an old woman's. But if the old woman possessed skills the young man lacked, her work might be valued higher, despite her lower physical capacity. The debtors worked under supervision of timekeepers who measured their labor in increments so small that breaks for rest or food had to be calculated and added to the total time owed. A meal break of 20 minutes might extend the servitude by 20 minutes. A moment of fatigue that reduced productivity might require additional time to compensate for the decreased value of labor delivered during that moment. Even children who lied faced punishments calibrated to the weight of their falsehoods, measured in tears they were required to shed. The system for measuring tears was particularly bizarre. Children were held before the scale and made to cry, their tears collected in vessels whose weight was checked against the estimated weight of harm their lie had caused. How does one measure the weight of a lie? The Sultan's philosophers developed elaborate formulas considering the importance of the truth obscured, the damage caused by the deception, the relationship between liar and deceived, all translated into weights that could be placed on the scale's pan and balanced against tears. Children learn to cry on command, to produce tears in the quantity required to satisfy justice, to understand that spontaneous tears of genuine remorse carried the same weight as forced tears of compliance, that the Sultan's system cared only for measurement, not for the internal states that might make punishment meaningful versus merely painful. The Sultan sat daily beside his scale, watching as his subjects' lives were reduced to measurements, to weights and counterweights, to an arithmetic of suffering he called righteousness. His throne was positioned directly next to the scale, allowing him to observe each case, to verify that his ministers were applying the system correctly, to ensure that justice maintained its mathematical purity. He watched with satisfaction as the scale balanced, as debts were paid in precisely measured increments, as crimes were answered with punishments of exact equivalence. He saw perfection where others saw horror, saw justice where others saw cruelty mechanized, saw a system functioning as designed where others saw humanity reduced to calculations that missed everything that made humans human: context, intention, circumstance, The thousand factors that make two seemingly identical acts different in ways that matter, even if they cannot be weighed. His ministers kept ledgers of staggering complexity, recording every gram, every grain, every fractional unit of retribution dispensed. The ledgers filled rooms, stacked from floor to ceiling, each one documenting cases resolved through measurement, lives altered through calculation, justice dispensed through arithmetic that grew more elaborate with each passing year. The palace scribes developed new symbols to express the mathematics of justice, creating equations that balanced crime against punishment with such precision that human beings became merely variables in formulas etched on endless scrolls. The symbols multiplied as cases revealed complexities the original system had not anticipated. How to measure crimes against reputation, how to weigh emotional harm, how to calculate punishment for accidents versus intention, all translated into mathematical notation that became its own language, understood fully only by specialists trained in the Sultan's juridical arithmetic. Yet the scale itself began to fail. Perhaps the constant weighing wore upon its mechanisms. The brass and gold and silver subjected to stresses they were not designed to endure indefinitely. Perhaps the weight of so much calculated suffering proved too heavy even for instruments crafted with such care. Perhaps there was some quality to its use that the craftsman had not anticipated, some way that measuring humanity degraded the instrument doing the measuring. It began giving inconsistent readings, trembling when it should have been still, balancing when it should have tipped. A weight placed on one pan would register differently than it had the day before. The same object measured multiple times would yield different results. The precision the system required was being undermined by the very instrument that was meant to guarantee it. The Sultan, confronted with his instrument's imperfection, could not accept that his system might be flawed. The scale was not wrong. It could not be wrong, because if it was wrong, then every judgment rendered using it was questionable. Every punishment potentially unjust. The entire edifice of perfect justice revealed as built on a foundation that was less reliable than the human judgment it was meant to replace. So he ordered new scales built, larger, more precise, constructed with even greater care and even more expensive materials. Each new scale was an improvement over the last in theory, incorporating refinements meant to eliminate the errors that had plagued previous versions, adding mechanisms to compensate for temperature and humidity, and all the environmental factors that might affect weight, creating instruments so complex they required teams of specialists just to operate and maintain. And the cycle continued. Justice pursued with such relentless accuracy that it ceased being justice at all, becoming instead a grinding mechanism that reduced human complexity to numbers, compassion to calculation, wisdom to weight measured on instruments that grew less reliable the more desperately the Sultan needed them to be perfect. The people learned to fear the scale more than crime itself. Better to suffer theft than to report it and watch the thief lose hands measured against property. Better to forgive debt than to send a debtor to labor measured in minutes. better to accept a child's lie than to see that child forced to cry until tears reached the required weight. The scale, meant to guarantee justice, became instead an instrument that discouraged its pursuit, that made people prefer to handle disputes privately rather than submit them to a system that reduced human problems to mechanical measurements. Commerce suffered as people avoided formal contracts that might be enforced through the scale's justice. Trust became impossible when any debt, any disagreement, any accusation might be resolved through calculations that ignored context, that measured result without considering cause, that balanced harm without asking whether balance itself was the appropriate response. The Sultan died without heirs. He had never married, never formed the relationships that require the kind of flexibility and forgiveness and acceptance of imprecision that his system had trained him to reject. He died alone, attended only by servants who were there because they were paid, who performed their duties because their labor time was measured and compensated, who felt nothing for the man beside the scale because feeling, unmeasurable and unbalanced, had no place in the world he had created. His successor ordered the great scale dismantled. Its precious metals melted and repurposed, its mechanisms destroyed so thoroughly that no one could resurrect the system it represented. The new Sultan established courts that relied on human judges, imperfect and sometimes biased, but capable of considering context, capable of mercy, capable of recognizing that justice is not arithmetic, that fairness cannot be weighed, that some truths are too complex to measure. The people remembered the scale as a cautionary tale, a warning about what happens when the pursuit of perfection becomes divorced from the messy reality of human existence. When justice becomes confused with precision, when the desire to eliminate unfairness leads to the creation of a different kind of unfairness, one that treats humans as objects, that reduces life to calculation, that measures everything except what matters most. And in the archives, in the ledgers that filled rooms, there remained a record of the scale's justice, thousands of cases resolved with mathematical precision, thousands of punishments calibrated to the gram, thousands of lives altered through measurements that captured weight but missed meaning, that achieved balance but sacrificed wisdom, that created a kind of fairness so perfect it was indistinguishable from cruelty, so precise it had no room for the imprecision that makes us human. So absolute, it became absolutely wrong in ways the Sultan, devoted to his system, never permitted himself to see. In a kingdom where rivers ran through cities ancient when Rome was young, where art adorned every surface and beauty was worshipped like a deity, where aesthetics determined value and appearance became indistinguishable from truth. There ruled a king who understood that truth could be ugly, that reality often disappointed, that people preferred lovely falsehoods to harsh facts. He had not always been a liar. In his youth, he had valued honesty, had believed that truth was sacred, that reality, however difficult, should be confronted rather than evaded. But reality had been unkind to him. His appearance was ordinary, his talents unremarkable, his prospects limited by birth order that placed him far from succession. unlikely ever to rule unless catastrophe eliminated every candidate between himself and the throne. And then catastrophe came. Plague swept through the royal family with the cruel randomness that disease sometimes displays, taking strong and weak alike, killing with no regard for virtue or vice, eliminating in months what would have taken generations of normal succession to achieve. When the dying ended, he found himself king not because he was suited for it, but because he was alive. Because everyone better positioned had succumbed to fevers that physicians could not cure. He ascended to a throne he had never expected to occupy, ruling a kingdom that was mourning, traumatized, looking for reassurance that the worst was over, that stability would return, that life could resume its normal patterns. And he discovered that people did not want truth about the challenges they faced, did not want honest assessment of the plague's damage, did not want realistic timelines for recovery. They wanted comfort. They wanted reassurance. They wanted beautiful lies more than ugly truths. So he gave them what they wanted. He built his reign on this understanding, transforming governance into performance, truth into whatever sounded most pleasing when spoken aloud. The transformation was gradual, each lie seemingly justifiable on its own, each falsehood presented as the kind of diplomatic smoothing that rulers have always practiced. But the lies accumulated, grew larger, became more central to his rule until truth became the exception rather than the rule, until honesty became something that happened accidentally rather than deliberately. His court painters created scenes of abundant harvest painted on canvas, while real fields lay barren. The paintings were magnificent, golden grain stretching to horizons, farmers smiling with the satisfaction of productivity, granaries overflowing with abundance that existed nowhere except on surfaces covered with pigment and lies. The paintings hung in palaces and public buildings, creating an official reality that contradicted what people could see by walking through actual fields, by visiting actual granaries, by confronting the actual scarcity that made daily survival increasingly difficult. But the paintings were beautiful, and beauty had power that truth lacked. When people saw the paintings, they felt momentarily better, could imagine that somewhere, if not in their province, then in another, the harvests were indeed as abundant as depicted, that the kingdom as a whole was prosperous, even if their particular corner of it struggled. His musicians composed songs of military victories that had never occurred, of enemies who had never surrendered, of glory that existed only in melody and verse. The songs were stirring, designed to inspire pride, to create emotional resonance that historical accuracy could not match. Son, they told of battles won through courage and cunning, of foreign kings bowing before the superior might and wisdom of their own ruler, of an empire expanding in ways that existed in music but not in maps. The musicians performed in public squares and palace halls, their melodies carrying across cities where people hummed them while working, teaching them to children who grew up believing the lies embedded in verses so beautiful they seemed like they must be true. Because surely something that sounded so right could not be entirely fabricated. His architects designed magnificent buildings as facades only. Gorgeous fronts with nothing behind them but scaffolding and empty air. The facades were architectural marvels, demonstrating design principles and aesthetic innovations that would have been impossible in functional buildings that had to support weight, enclose space, serve actual purposes. Freed from the constraints of functionality, the facades could achieve perfection of appearance, could be exactly as beautiful as imagination could conceive, uncompromised by practical concerns. The kingdom became a theatre, all surface and spectacle, where every pronouncement was crafted for its aesthetic rather than its accuracy. Government became performance art, with policies announced not because they would be implemented, but because they sounded good in proclamation, because they created the appearance of action, because appearance had become more important than substance. In a realm where beauty was the highest value, and truth was merely one aesthetic option among many, and not necessarily the most pleasing one. The people learned to navigate this landscape of beautiful lies. They learned to distinguish between what was announced and what was actual, between what was proclaimed and what was implemented, between the facade and what lay behind it. They applauded proclamations they knew were false, knowing that to question was to risk the king's displeasure, knowing that the king valued the performance of agreement more than the substance of truth. They cheered announcements of prosperity while their children went hungry, the cheering becoming its own kind of performance, a collective agreement to participate in the fiction because participation was required, because refusing to applaud was dangerous, because it was easier to clap for lies than to speak uncomfortable truths that no one wanted to hear, and that the king would punish for speaking. They celebrated victories in wars they knew were being lost, waving banners for armies that were in retreat, singing songs of conquest about territories that were being surrendered, maintaining the fiction because the fiction was what the king demanded and what their fellow citizens seemed willing to accept, or at least to pretend to accept. Creating a hall of mirrors where no one was sure who was fooled and who was pretending, where even skeptics performed belief because the cost of honesty was too high. To question was to shatter the illusion, and the king punished those who brought ugliness of truth into his beautiful constructed world. The punishments were never for lying. Lying was encouraged, was the foundation of the realm, was the mode of communication the king preferred. The punishments were for telling truth, for breaking the aesthetic spell, for introducing facts that contradicted the carefully constructed narrative of prosperity and victory and glory. Philosophers were exiled for seeking accuracy, sent to distant provinces or foreign lands where their questions would not disturb the capital's carefully maintained illusions. The philosophers had committed no crime except asking whether proclamations matched reality, whether paintings depicted what existed or what was imagined, whether victories announced had actually occurred or were merely composed like music, beautiful in sound but fictional in content. Historians were replaced with poets, the study of the past transformed from investigation of what happened to creation of narratives that served present purposes, that made the current king seem inevitable. his reign a culmination of history rather than an accident of plague, his lies a continuation of eternal wisdom rather than a recent innovation born of insecurity and maintained through censorship. Scientists were asked to make their discoveries sound more pleasing to the royal ear, to sacrifice precision for prettiness, to describe their findings in language that was beautiful rather than accurate, to recognize that truth in the king's realm was subordinate to aesthetics, that a lovely lie was preferable to an ugly fact, that knowledge that could not be made beautiful was knowledge that should perhaps remain undisclosed. Yet, in the quiet moments, in the spaces between performances, the people knew. They knew their king was building a kingdom of lies, lovely and hollow as a painted egg, beautiful to contemplate but without substance, without nourishment, without the truth that sustains more surely than beauty ever can. They knew that reality could not be postponed indefinitely, that truth postponed becomes truth magnified, that beauty built on deception must eventually crack under the weight of the reality it cannot quite suppress, that facades, however gorgeous, eventually reveal their emptiness when storms come that require actual walls, actual roofs, actual structures that can shelter rather than merely appear. And in their homes, behind closed doors where performances were not required, where the king's surveillance could not penetrate, where the price of honesty was lower, they taught their children to distinguish between what sounded beautiful and what was true. They taught that music could be lovely and still be lies, that paintings could be magnificent and still be deception, that words could be poetic and still be false. They prepared their children for a day when the facades would fall, when the music would stop, when the kingdom would have to face itself in mirrors that had been covered with paintings of imaginary splendor for far too long. They taught survival skills for a world built on lies. How to hear what was not being said. How to see past surfaces to the emptiness behind them. How to function in a system where truth was dangerous and lies were mandatory, but where some core of honesty had to be preserved, or humanity itself would be lost to performance. The king died as he had lived, making his death beautiful even as the reality behind it was ordinary. He died of illness, of age, of the same forces that claim every human body eventually. But the official account described a departure more aesthetic, a passing more poetic, a death transformed into art, because art was what his kingdom understood, what it valued, what it had been taught to prefer over reality. His funeral was spectacular, a performance that exceeded even his life's performances, a final lie so beautiful that people wept even knowing it was fiction, even recognizing that the sorrow they performed was itself part of the show, that grief had become another aesthetic experience divorced from the genuine emotion it was meant to represent. His successor inherited a kingdom built on beauty and lies, a realm where truth had become so rare it was almost exotic, where honesty was revolutionary and conformity meant participating in collective fiction. The new ruler faced a choice: continue the performance or begin the painful work of truth-telling. of acknowledging that the harvests were not abundant, the victories not won, the buildings facades instead of structures. The choice was difficult because truth was ugly, was disappointing, was everything the kingdom had learned to avoid. But facades can shelter no one. Paintings cannot feed the hungry. Songs of imaginary victories cannot defend actual borders. And beauty, divorced from truth, is ultimately empty, ultimately hollow, ultimately unable to sustain the weight of reality when reality can no longer be denied. And so slowly, reluctantly, truth began to return to a kingdom that had forgotten what it looked like, that had to relearn how to value accuracy over aesthetics, substance over surface, reality over the beautiful lies that had sustained them for a generation but could sustain them no longer. Because beauty, however compelling, cannot substitute for truth indefinitely. Because lies, however lovely, eventually collapse under their own emptiness. Because humans need foundation beneath the facades, need nourishment behind the paintings, need reality, however harsh, to build upon. Or else we build nothing, create nothing, sustain nothing except the illusion of creation that exists only until we stop performing, stop applauding, stop agreeing to pretend, and finally, painfully, necessarily, open our eyes to see what was always there beneath the beautiful surface. The truth we had been trained not to see, but had never quite succeeded in making disappear. On plains where grass grew tall enough to hide horses, where the wind carried the memory of ancient peoples, where burial mounds rose like sleeping giants across landscapes that had witnessed empires rise and fall since before memory began its keeping. There ruled an emperor who feared history more than any living enemy. He had studied the past, had learned from tutors who taught him about previous dynasties, about emperors who had ruled before him, about the cycles of rise and decline that seemed to govern empires the way seasons govern harvests. And in that study, he had found not wisdom but terror, the recognition that every dynasty eventually falls, that every emperor's name eventually fades, that time is the enemy that no army can defeat, no strategy can outwit, no power can ultimately resist. His fear was not merely of being forgotten, though that fear was real enough, but of being compared, of being measured against predecessors and found wanting, of being placed in context that diminished him, of being one emperor among many rather than the singular figure he needed to believe himself to be. His solution was radical: to erase context entirely, to destroy comparison by destroying what he might be compared to make himself not just the greatest emperor, but the only emperor, the beginning of time itself, with nothing before him worth remembering, because officially there would be nothing before him to remember. He believed the past was a burden, that memory itself was a form of rebellion, that to truly control the present, he must erase everything that came before. The logic was totalitarian in its completeness. If people had no memory of other rulers, they would have no basis for judging whether their current ruler was good or bad, competent or incompetent, just or tyrannical. If all they knew was the present emperor, then the present emperor would define what emperors are, what rule means, what was normal, and what was exceptional. He ordered the destruction of all records predating his reign, the burning of genealogies, the toppling of monuments that honored ancestors. The purge was systematic, thorough, conducted with the kind of bureaucratic efficiency that turned destruction into administrative routine. Teams of officials moved through the empire, cataloguing what existed before ordering its elimination, creating lists of what would be unmade, inventories of history that would themselves be destroyed once the objects they described no longer existed. Genealogies were particularly targeted because they created chains of identity stretching back through generations, because they positioned individuals within families and families within histories that predated the emperor's reign. Every family maintained genealogies, records of ancestors that connected living descendants to the past, that provided context and identity, that said, you come from these people, you carry these names, you inherit these legacy. The officials collected these genealogies, removed them from family shrines and private archives, gathered them in central locations where they were publicly burned. The fires consumed generations of memory, reduced carefully maintained records to ash, severed the connections between past and present that the documents had preserved. Families watched their histories burn, knowing that when the fires died, they would officially become people without past. Individuals without lineage, present tense beings, disconnected from the generations that had produced them. His scribes worked in teams to rewrite history, creating a new past, where the world began with his coronation, when nothing of consequence occurred before his throne was established. The new histories were elaborate fabrications, composed with attention to detail that made them plausible, that created a consistent narrative where the emperor appeared not as a usurper of history, but as its inevitable culmination, the moment toward which all previous time had been building, even though that previous time was being systematically erased. They composed chronicles of his dynasty stretching back generations, inventing ancestors who had never lived, fabricating traditions that had never existed. The fictional ancestors were given names, dates, accomplishments. They were described with specificity that suggested authenticity. This ancestor conquered that region in that year. This ancestor established that institution. This ancestor married that foreign princess to create that alliance. The fabricated traditions were embedded in the present, given ancient origins that made them seem immemorial when they were actually contemporary inventions. The empire was given a manufactured memory, a past tailored to justify his present, to make his rule seem inevitable, foretold, destined by forces that existed only in documents written the previous week. The manufactured memory served multiple purposes. It legitimized his power by creating historical precedent for it. It provided models of proper behavior that just happened to align with what he wanted his subjects to do. It created the illusion of continuity where there was actually rupture, revolution, the violent imposition of a new order that wanted to pretend it was the natural continuation of an old order that had never existed. He built monuments, massive structures that dominated the landscape. But these monuments commemorated nothing. No battles, no heroes, no historical moments. They existed purely as markers of his reign, blank slates of stone and metal that said only, "I was here, I ruled, nothing before me matters." They stood like tombstones over the grave of memory itself, each one a declaration of erasure, a victory of forgetting over remembering. The monuments were enormous, requiring years to construct, consuming resources that might have built cities or fed populations or any of the 1,000 things that empires need to thrive. But they served his purpose. They were impossible to ignore. They dominated sight lines across entire regions. They announced in stone that could last millennia that this emperor had ruled here, that his reign was the only reign worth commemorating, that whatever came before or after was subordinate to this moment, this rule, this singular presence that demanded acknowledgement while refusing to acknowledge anyone who had come before. The people adapted as people do. They forgot their true histories, or claimed to forget, or hid their remembering so deep it became like a dream that might not be real. The forgetting was partly genuine. When official histories are rewritten and old records destroyed, when even speaking of the past becomes dangerous, genuine knowledge fades as those who remember die, and those who come after know only what they have been taught, which is what the emperor wanted them to know rather than what had actually occurred. But the forgetting was also performance. People learned to claim ignorance of what they privately remembered, to speak only the official history while holding secretly to knowledge passed down through family lines, to participate publicly in the emperor's project of forgetting while maintaining privately the memories he wanted erased, grandmothers whispered fragments of true stories to grandchildren, passing down pieces of a puzzle no one dared assemble fully. The whispers happened in moments of privacy, in the kind of intimate time that surveillance could not penetrate, in the spaces where memory persisted, because humans cannot quite stop remembering even when remembering is forbidden, even when the punishment for speaking memory aloud is severe. The stories were fragmentary because completeness was dangerous, because possessing too much historical knowledge made one suspect, because the safest way to preserve memory was to break it into pieces distributed across many minds. No single person holding enough to reconstruct what had been lost, but the pieces together forming a complete, if scattered, archive of what the emperor wanted forgotten. Songs survived with their melodies intact, but their words changed. Carriers of truth in codes the empire's monitors could not quite crack. The melodies were old, some dating back generations or centuries, familiar to people who had learned them in childhood before the emperor's campaign of forgetting began. The words were new, changed to remove historical references, to eliminate names of pre-emperor rulers, to scrub away anything that suggested time existed before the current reign. But melodies carry memory too. The structure of a song, its rhythm and progression, can suggest narrative even when words are changed. People who knew the old words heard echoes of them in the new versions, could reconstruct from melody what had been removed from lyrics, could remember through music what they were forbidden to speak directly. And in caves, in forests, in places the emperor's monuments could not reach, people carved symbols into stone, left marks that said, "We were here before you. We remember what you command us to forget. We hold the truth of our existence against your insistence that we began when you began, that we are only what you say we are, that history is whatever the present moment requires it to be. The carvings were risky. Anyone caught making them faced execution or worse. But they were also necessary, a form of resistance against total erasure, an insistence that memory had value even when memory was forbidden, that truth persisted even when truth was officially replaced with fiction. The symbols were sometimes names of ancestors, sometimes dates of real historical events, sometimes just marks that said, I was here, I existed, I remember, in the simplest possible terms. They were hidden in places that required effort to reach, that most people would never visit, that the emperor's enforcers were unlikely to discover. They were messages to the future, to a time when perhaps the emperor's campaign of forgetting might have ended, when memory might again be permitted, when the truth carved into stone might emerge from hiding to contradict the official history that had replaced it. The emperor lived long, his reign extending through decades that he believed would be remembered as the entire scope of meaningful history, the alpha and omega of time that mattered. He grew old surrounded by monuments to forgetting, by histories he knew were fabricated, but had repeated so often they began to feel true even to him, by a population that performed the forgetting he demanded, while maintaining in secret the memories he could not quite destroy. When he died, the empire faced crisis, not because his death created instability, but because his entire system was built on the fiction that he was eternal, that his reign would never end, that what came after him was literally unthinkable because official history taught that nothing meaningful existed before him, and therefore nothing meaningful could exist after him. His successor, a son who had been raised in the manufactured history, who knew no other version, attempted to continue the project of forgetting, adding his father to the short list of emperors whose existence was permitted to be remembered while continuing to erase everyone who came before. But the project was unsustainable. Memory is resilient, more resilient than stone, more persistent than imperial decrees. Gradually, the old histories began to resurface. People who had whispered fragments to grandchildren found that those grandchildren, now grown, were willing to speak more loudly. Scholars who had hidden old texts brought them out of hiding. The symbols carved in caves and forests were discovered, decoded, recognized as authentic histories that contradicted the official narrative. The revelation was painful for a society that had been taught one version of its past, only to discover that version was entirely fabricated. It created identity crisis, made people question what else they believed that might be false, undermined trust in institutions that had participated in the emperor's deception. But it also created liberation. To recover authentic history was to recover complexity, to understand themselves as inheritors of a past richer and more varied than the emperor's simplified narrative had allowed. They were not people who began with the emperor's coronation, but people with roots stretching back through centuries of change and continuity, of multiple dynasties and numerous emperors, of histories that were their actual inheritance rather than fabrications imposed on them. The monuments to forgetting remained, too massive to easily remove, too much part of the landscape to simply disappear. But their meaning changed. They became monuments to the danger of erasure, warnings about what happens when rulers try to control the past, reminders that memory is powerful, that truth persists, that attempts to impose forgetting ultimately fail because humans are remembering creatures, because our nature is to connect past to present to future, because we cannot be reduced to present tense beings, however much rulers might wish to make us so. And the empire learned, or relearned, what the emperor had tried to make them forget. That history is not burden, but context. Not rebellion, but foundation. Not the enemy of power, but the ground on which sustainable power must be built. That rulers who try to erase the past create only temporary illusions that collapse when those rulers die, leaving behind not the eternal reign they imagined, but ruins that serve as monuments to the futility of fighting against the human need to remember, to know where we came from, to understand ourselves as part of continuities that extend far beyond any single life or reign or monument. However massive, however loudly it proclaims that nothing before it matters, however insistently it demands that we forget what we cannot, will not, must not forget if we are to remain fully human. In lands where spices grew and monsoons marked the calendar, where temples rose in stone gardens that seemed to hold conversations with the sky, where the very air felt sacred in ways that required no explanation because sanctity was woven into the fabric of daily life. There ruled a king who believed heaven could be bought. That salvation was a transaction like any other, that sufficient gold could purchase entry to whatever afterlife his priests described. His religion had not always been transactional. In his youth, he had been taught that devotion meant service, that faith expressed itself in ethical living, that the divine valued the condition of the heart over the weight of donations. But somewhere in the journey from prince to king, religion had transformed for him from relationship to commodity, from spiritual practice to spiritual commerce, from something he was to something he could buy. Perhaps the transformation came from the nature of kingship itself, from spending decades in a role where every problem could be solved with sufficient resources, where gold opened every door and closed every complaint, where power meant the capacity to acquire anything desired simply by commanding its delivery. When every human need could be met through purchasing, why not the ultimate need? Why not the need for salvation itself? His religion became a market, his faith a ledger of debts paid and rewards expected. He kept accounts of his religious expenses with the same precision he applied to state finances, tracking donations the way merchants tracked inventory, calculating return on investment where the investment was gold and the return was assumed to be years in paradise, reduced time in whatever purgatories his theology imagined, upgraded accommodations in whatever afterlife awaited. He bankrupted his kingdom building temples so elaborate They required generations to complete, so costly that entire villages were sold to finance their construction. The temples were architectural wonders, to be certain. Soaring towers, carved with such intricacy that each one represented thousands of hours of skilled labor. Courtyards paved with stones brought from quarries hundreds of miles distant. Statues so large they could be seen from provinces away. Bells cast from metal so pure their sound carried for miles on still days. But the beauty came at a cost that the kingdom could not afford. Each temple required materials gathered from across the realm and beyond. Rare woods from northern forests, marble from southern mountains, gold and gems from wherever they could be purchased or plundered. Each temple required laborers in numbers that drained villages of working-age men, that left fields untended and families without providers, that transformed productive citizens into temple workers whose labor enriched the divine but impoverished the living. He commissioned prayers in such quantity that monks worked in shifts, their voices hoarse from constant chanting, their hands cramped from counting prayer beads that numbered in the millions. The monks had once chosen religious life for its contemplative nature, for the opportunity to develop spiritual depth through meditation and study. But the king's demands transformed monastic life into religious industry, into the mass production of prayers whose quantity mattered more than quality, whose volume was assumed to compensate for any lack of sincerity. The monks chanted through exhaustion, through the point where words lost meaning and became merely sounds, through the degradation of prayer from communication with the divine, to repetitive labor performed because the king paid for it, and payment required delivery. Some monks left their orders, unable to reconcile what they had become with what they had intended to be. Others stayed but hollowed out, going through motions that had lost their spiritual content, becoming professionals of prayer whose expertise was in production rather than devotion. He donated treasuries to holy men who blessed him while his people starved. Their starvation apparently not a concern that interrupted his celestial negotiations. The holy men accumulated wealth that made them indistinguishable from secular nobles, that allowed them lifestyles far removed from the poverty and simplicity their scriptures recommended, that made them dependent on the king's generosity and therefore complicit in the system that extracted wealth from the suffering to donate to the comfortable. They blessed him in ceremonies elaborate and frequent, each blessing purchased through donations specified in contracts that detailed precisely what devotional service would be rendered in exchange for what material support. The relationship between king and clergy became purely transactional, stripped of the spiritual content that might have made blessing meaningful, reduced to exchange where gold bought religious performance and religious performance justified the extraction of more gold. The temples rose, magnificent and terrible, their beauty built on suffering so profound it seemed to seep into the very stones. Workers died in their construction, from falls, from the strain of moving materials that exceeded human capacity safely to move, from diseases that spread in the crowded conditions where temple workers lived, from the simple exhaustion of labor that extracted more than human bodies could endure while maintaining health. Their deaths were recorded, if at all, as statistics in construction accounts, numbers representing labor units lost rather than lives ended. Sometimes their bodies were incorporated into the structures they had been building. When workers died during construction, it was often more efficient to entomb them in the walls or foundations than to stop work for proper burial. So the temples became monuments not just to the king's devotion, but to the unnamed dead, whose labor and lives had transformed his gold into stone. Gold leaf covered walls while children's bellies remained empty. The contrast was stark enough to be obscene. Walls so bright with applied gold that they seemed to burn in sunlight, radiating wealth that had been taken from those who needed it for survival and applied to surfaces whose only function was to announce the king's piety. Children walked past these golden walls on their way to nowhere, their stomachs cramping with hunger, their bodies undernourished to the point where disease found them easy targets, their short lives a rebuke to the king's priorities that he never permitted himself to recognize. Precious gems adorned shrines, while medicine went unpurchased. The sick left to seek healing from gods the king had tried to bribe. The logic was obscene, that the divine would be more impressed by emeralds embedded in statues than by children given medicine. That sacred power could be invoked through jewels, pressed into temple walls more effectively than through acts of compassion. That heaven's favor could be purchased through materials extracted from earth, while earth's inhabitants suffered neglect. The sick came to temples to pray for healing that never came, their prayers rising towards ceilings gilded with gold that could have purchased the medicines they needed, towards statues adorned with gems whose value represented more than enough to have funded hospitals that might have saved them. They prayed and died, their faith unshaken, but their bodies failing, while the king counted his temple donations against his expected reward in afterlife, never quite making the connection between the suffering he caused and the salvation he sought. The irony was lost on him, that his attempts to purchase paradise were creating hell for those who lived under his rule, that his path to salvation was paved with the suffering of souls he never considered worth saving. He saw no contradiction between impoverishing his kingdom to enrich temples, between starving his people to feed his posthumous ambitions, between creating misery on earth to purchase comfort in heaven. His priests grew wealthy, their monasteries becoming palaces rivaling his own. They lived in luxury that made mockery of the ascetic ideals their religion theoretically endorsed, that transformed spiritual leadership into comfortable careers, that created a clergy more interested in maintaining their positions than in the spiritual well-being of those they ostensibly served. They assured him his investments were sound, that paradise was indeed for sale, that his seat in heaven was secured by each new donation, each new temple, each new ceremony, funded by taxes wrung from people who could barely afford to live. The assurances were given with conviction that might have been genuine or might have been performance. It was hard to tell, even for those giving them so thoroughly, had they internalized the transactional theology that justified their lifestyles. And the king believed them, because to doubt would be to acknowledge that his kingdom's suffering had purchased nothing, that his gold had bought only guilt-covered stones and the loyalty of holy men who had confused worship of the divine with worship of donation, who had forgotten, if they ever knew, that the paradise worth seeking cannot be purchased, only lived toward through actions a king had made impossible by reducing faith itself to transaction, devotion to expenditure, heaven to a commodity he convinced himself he could afford while his people paid the true price. When he died, his funeral was magnificent, his body prepared with rituals expensive enough to have fed thousands, his tomb a monument that consumed resources that could have rebuilt provinces. He was surrounded by treasure meant to accompany him to afterlife, by prayers purchased by the thousands, by assurances from priests who promised that heaven awaited, that his donations had secured him place in paradise, that the gold he had spent would purchase for him what it had denied to those he had ruled. And perhaps it did. Perhaps there exists a divine economy where gold counts more than compassion, where temple construction outweighs human suffering, where the prayers of well-paid priests carry more weight than the unvoiced suffering of the poor. Perhaps the king's transactional faith was validated by a transactional deity who valued his donations above his duties, his piety above his people. Or perhaps, and this seems more likely to those who remember his reign, heaven cannot be purchased. Paradise is not for sale. Salvation comes not through gold given to the comfortable, but through compassion extended to the suffering, through recognition that we are measured not by the temples we build, but by the people we help, not by the gold we donate, but by the mercy we show, not by the priests we enrich, but by the hungry we feed, the sick we heal, the suffering we alleviate. And if that is true, then the king who purchased paradise purchased nothing at all, spent his kingdom's wealth to buy what cannot be sold, impoverished the living to secure an afterlife that his actions had made impossible to enter, built temples that stood as monuments, not to his devotion, but to his fundamental misunderstanding of what devotion means, what faith requires, what the divine, and if the divine exists, actually values in those who claim to worship while oppressing, who build shrines while ignoring suffering, who purchase prayers while creating the conditions that make those prayers necessary, on an island where rain fell soft as whispers, where the sea seemed to breathe against the shore in rhythms older than human heartbeat, where the boundary between water and land shifted with each tide, as if the island itself was uncertain of its borders, there ruled a queen who could not bear the weight of the world beyond her palace walls. She had not always been withdrawn. In her youth, as princess and then as heir, she had walked through her kingdom, visited villages, attended to the needs of her people with attentiveness that suggested she understood that rule was service, that crown meant responsibility rather than privilege, that the distance between palace and village should be bridged by care rather than widened by indifference. But the weight had grown heavier with each year of rule. Each decision affected thousands. Each policy had consequences that rippled through the kingdom in ways she could never fully predict or control. Each problem she solved seemed to create new problems she had not anticipated. The responsibility became oppressive, the burden of care overwhelming, The constant pressure of needing to decide, to act, to be perpetually competent and wise and infallible in ways that no human actually can be. She withdrew, slowly at first, then completely, until her kingdom existed for her only as reports delivered by ministers who learned to shade truth toward comfort, to transform crisis into mere inconvenience easily dismissed. The withdrawal happened in stages, each one seeming reasonable in the moment, each one a small step that made the next step easier, until the accumulation of small steps had carried her completely away from the realm she was supposed to govern. First, she stopped attending public ceremonies, claiming illness or pressing business that required her attention elsewhere. The ceremonies had always felt performative, wearing ceremonial robes and speaking ceremonial words while accomplishing nothing concrete. Her absence was noted but not alarming. Rulers cannot attend every function, and delegation is normal, even necessary. Then she stopped receiving foreign ambassadors, trusting her ministers to conduct diplomatic business without her direct involvement. Foreign relations had always been complex, requiring knowledge of histories and rivalries and protocols that exhausted her, requiring her to smile at people she did not like and make promises she was not certain she could keep. Her ministers were capable, or seemed capable, and she told herself that her involvement added little value, that affairs of state could proceed just as well without her. Her chambers became smaller, more enclosed. She moved from the throne room to a smaller receiving room, then to her private quarters, finally to a single chamber where she spent years seeing no one but a handful of servants who had mastered the art of silence. Each move was justified by the need for privacy, for space to think, for relief from the constant demands that came with accessibility. Each move made the next move seem reasonable, made isolation seem like sanctuary, made withdrawal seem like wisdom rather than abdication. The chamber she eventually inhabited was modest by royal standards, barely larger than a prosperous merchant's bedroom, furnished simply with a bed, a chair, a desk, where she sometimes read or wrote letters that were never sent. The window looked onto gardens she never entered, landscapes she observed but did not inhabit, a world that continued beyond the glass, but that she had ceased to be part of in any meaningful sense. Her kingdom rotted around her absence. Laws went unenacted because she did not sign them, because her approval was technically required, even though she was unavailable to give it, because her ministers lacked the authority to implement policies without royal consent that was no longer forthcoming. Disputes went unresolved because the ultimate court of appeal was the Queen. But the Queen had made herself inaccessible, creating a judicial system that could proceed to a point but could not finish cases that required royal judgment. Enemies gathered at borders that had no defender. Only the ghost of authority embodied in a queen who had ceased to govern, ceased to appear, ceased to exist for her people in any way but rumour and bitter memory. The enemies were cautious at first, testing the borders with small incursions to see if response would come. When no response came, when border violations went unanswered, when it became clear that the kingdom had no effective leadership, the incursions became bolder, more frequent, transforming from tests into invasions that took territory without facing meaningful resistance. The ministers ruled in her name, signing decrees she never read, making decisions she never questioned, slowly realizing that her withdrawal had given them power she had abdicated without meaning to. Some of the ministers tried to govern responsibly, to make decisions they believed she would have made, to use their unexpected authority in service of the kingdom they were supposed to serve. Others saw opportunity in the vacuum, used the queen's absence to advance their own interests, to settle old scores, to profit from decisions they made while claiming royal authority they did not actually possess. The kingdom became a ship with no captain, drifting on currents of accumulated decisions made by people who served their own interests, while claiming to serve a queen who had become more myth than monarch, more absence than authority. The drift was slow, barely perceptible year to year, but over the years of her withdrawal, the cumulative effect was profound. A kingdom that had been prosperous became struggling. A realm that had been respected became vulnerable. A people who had been cared for became neglected. In her chamber, she sat by windows that looked onto gardens she never entered, watching seasons change on the trees she would never touch. The gardens were maintained by servants who worked without her seeing them, who kept the landscape beautiful for a queen who observed it only through glass, who created living art that no one experienced directly except those whose job was to create it. She watched autumn leaves fall, winter snow accumulate, spring blossoms emerge, summer growth surge. Year after year of natural cycles that continued regardless of human involvement, that demonstrated that the world proceeded whether she participated or not. Perhaps the observation was comforting. If the seasons continued without her intervention, perhaps the kingdom could as well. Perhaps her absence mattered less than her presence had seemed to demand. Perhaps withdrawal was wisdom, recognition that the world did not need her as much as the burden of rule had suggested it did. She read, filling hours with books that took her into other worlds, other times, other lives that required nothing of her except attention. The reading was voracious, consuming, an escape into narratives that had beginnings and endings and arcs that made sense in ways that governing never had, that presented problems with solutions rather than the endless series of partial answers and new problems that real rule had offered. She painted, creating landscapes from imagination or from the view beyond her window, transforming observation into art that existed in 2 dimensions, rather than the full complexity of 3-dimensional reality. The paintings were sometimes skilled, showing genuine talent that might have been developed further if she had devoted to it the time and attention she had once given to governing. But mostly, they were just adequate, the work of someone filling time rather than pursuing mastery, creating because it was something to do in the empty hours of self-imposed isolation. She existed in a world of her own creation, where the messiness of rule, the difficulty of choice, the weight of consequence for thousands of lives never intruded. It was a peaceful world, a quiet world, a world where decisions affected only herself, where mistakes hurt no one. where the burden of responsibility weighed no heavier than the brush she lifted to paint or the book she opened to read. She had chosen peace at the cost of purpose, calm at the price of abdication. The trade might have seemed worthwhile in the moment-to-moment experience of relief from the crushing weight of responsibility. The silence of her chamber was so much easier to bear than the noise of thousands of voices making demands, needing things, requiring her attention and judgment and care. The simplicity of choosing which book to read or which landscape to paint was so much more manageable than choosing which laws to enact, or which disputes to resolve, or which advisors to trust. And her people suffered not from her cruelty or madness or ambition, but from her retreat, her refusal, her silence that spoke louder than any decree, that said more clearly than words ever could. I cannot bear this burden, and I choose not to try. The suffering from her absence was different than the suffering caused by the cruel kings and emperors whose stories had come before. There was no violence, no persecution, no active harm inflicted by royal decree. But absence can harm as surely as presence can net. Neglect can wound as deeply as active cruelty. Silence can oppress as thoroughly as shouts. The people needed governance and received vacuum. They needed justice and received paralysis. They needed leadership and received void, emptiness. The shape of authority without its substance, the appearance of rule without its reality. When she finally died, quietly, in her chamber, attended by servants who had served her in isolation for years, the kingdom barely noticed. The ministers who had been ruling in her name continued ruling in her name, simply changing the tense from present to past, invoking her memory instead of her authority, maintaining the fiction a while longer before finally admitting what everyone already knew, that the queen had left them years before her death, that the woman in the chamber had been queen in name only, that the burden she could not bear had been transferred by her refusal to shoulders that carried it by default because someone had to and she would not. Her successor, a distant cousin who had been governing a province with more engagement than she had given her entire kingdom, arrived to find a realm that had learned to function despite rather than because of royal authority, that had developed ways of managing without effective central control, that had adapted to neglect by creating alternative structures of power and decision-making. The new ruler faced a choice: to restore central authority or to acknowledge what had emerged in its absence, to reclaim power the previous queen had abandoned, or to work with the distributed governance that had developed to fill the void. It was a choice the previous queen had made herself unnecessary to make, a consequence of her withdrawal that demonstrated that rulers are never quite as indispensable as they might wish to believe, that kingdoms can survive even absent leadership, though survival is not the same as thriving, and adaptation to neglect is not the same as flourishing under care. And so the final lesson of this chronicle of worse kings is not about cruelty or madness or ambition, but about absence, about what is lost when those who could lead choose instead to retreat, when power is abandoned by those who hold it rather than seized by those who seek it. when the burden of rule is set down not to be picked up by worthier Anne, but to be left lying where it falls, creating a vacuum that is filled by whoever or whatever happens to be near, when the absence becomes too obvious to ignore any longer. The queen who turned inward, turned away from everything a ruler should be, created through her retreat as much suffering as the cruel kings created through their actions, taught by her silence that sometimes the worst thing a ruler can do is nothing, that absence can be as damaging as tyranny, that peace purchased through withdrawal from responsibility is not peace at all, but merely personal comfort, bought at the price of collective suffering. A trade that no ruler with any understanding of what rule means would ever choose to make, but which she made because she could not bear the burden, because the weight was too heavy, because she chose her own peace over her people's needs, chose her own quiet over their welfare, chose herself over the realm she was meant to serve, and in that choice became through inaction rather than action, through silence rather than decree, through absence rather than presence, as destructive as any tyrant who actively oppressed, as damaging as any madman who actively destroyed, as cruel in her neglect as others were in their violence, teaching the final lesson that power abandoned is power misused, that duty refused is duty violated, that a throne left empty is as dangerous to a kingdom as a throne occupied by someone who should never have been permitted to sit upon it. The end